Welcome back with this evening's news. Nah. Dun dun dun. D&D news. This just in. Hey guys, it's D&D Tuesday, and we got Volred back. Yay! But we got rid of Calmac, which is
Ooh.
not optimal. Okay, so hey guys, welcome back to the Black Tower Stories. Oh my lord. Oh, it's been that kind of a week. Black Tower Stories here in Adventures of Athoria. I am the DM, Eric here, and we have the Silver Knights of the Mythal. Last week in chapter 122, I believe. Yes. Yeah. Woo. We're just gonna end the campaign tonight. Dude, BK. All right. Last week, chapter 122, our group was still trying to figure out what exactly it is they were going to do following the Midsummer Tourney and the unfortunate slaying of party members that occurred during that time. Calum developed an exit plan, and the Yandere did a communion, which is something that he's starting to do a little bit more and more. This time he spoke with Cernus, the Horned Lord, or at least what little bit of him has been kind of put back together, and basically got a lead on an archfey that might be able to help out the group. Specifically, one that dwells in the Azure Lighthouse, on the western end of the Sundown Shores at the border to the Sea of Falling Stars. An archfey who calls herself the Keeper of the Fading Light. You're not entirely sure what help this archfey can provide. Nonetheless, with a direction, you gathered up your friend Godwin, Godwin, blah 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 blah, blah blah blah, caffeine, and decided to plane shift. Thankfully, Godwin was able to teleport you right onto the island where the Azure Lighthouse is located. You guys had a short introduction, traveling through the various ecology of the island, including some weird little fairy sprite type creatures who basically delighted in your death. Yandere almost fell to his doom and went splat on some rocks. Not good time. And Izal basically got ensnared by a dryad's emotions. Um, but you were eventually able to reach and enter the Azure Lighthouse and have begun your ascent. Any other questions, I guess, before we begin?
We had made it up to, we presume, at least the second floor when we left
Yep.
off last, right? Okay.
Yep. Those were the weird spectral ghost type creatures that, as far as you could tell with Eyes of the Grave, are not undead, but are something like undead.
And we're making our way up to the third floor, at least.
Yep. Making
Okay.
your way.
Cool.
Okay. So, as you ascend the spiral staircase, passing through that door that opened on its own, you step into a dimly lit chamber, circular in size. The central area is kind of set up with a large rug and a couple couches flanking each other, with a kind of narrow coffee table where sits a tea set that seems to be that seems to have a tea for each of you prepared, still steaming with heat. Opposite you, a kind of large, ornate fireplace crackles with fire and life and light, with the rest of the books, or the rest of the walls, being a collection of bookshelves and portraits. Off to your left, you see a spiral staircase that continues up to a higher level. You're guessing probably about 20 or 30 feet, as this room is quite tall. And just underneath that staircase, you do see a little bit of an alcove that seems to open up to some kind of a balcony that leads outside, and you can see a bit of exterior light kind of coming in through there in the fading day. But you see no other creatures or figures present in the room.
What are the quality of the portraits on the wall?
They're actually painted really well in kind of a sort of Baroque kind of chiaroscuro style. So lots of darks to kind of hide and obscure things. And they appear to largely be landscapes, partially of the sea and various areas around the sundown shores, and some other locations that you don't recognize, perhaps from more wider area of autumn.
Hey, I do want to interject, and I'm sorry, but I want to make sure that Rab understands that we were explicitly told not to touch or take anything while we're in the tower without explicit permission. So do not touch or take anything. Okay?
What if the portrait touches me?
I mean, hey, that's a different thing. Just as long as you don't make physical contact with it, I don't care.
Fair, because I'm going to lean over to whomever's next to me, Izal. I'm going to say, look at the quality of that portrait. I wish my family had an artist who is as good as this one. Usually pig fat, sometimes blood of enemies. Okay, I'll admit that was a lie. I don't actually know if that's how that works. What? What did you call me? Regardless, though, those portraits are quite charming. Does this have any meaning? Well, sure, but I mean, okay. Great conversation.
Yandre's probably still trying to make his way up the stairs.
Okay. Just making a beeline for the stairs.
I mean, as he's going, he would be calling out, like he would ask if the keeper is present in the room. So he would just be like, "Keeper," and if nobody responds, then he's going up the stairs.
Okay.
I hope there's more.
Hello.
All right. So, passing through this lounge, you head up the spiral staircase, ascending and ascending, until you reach another one of those kind of arched, iron-banded wooden doors. This one seems to like unlatch itself and open to be slightly ajar, but not fully open as you approach. You can see a little bit of light pour out from the door, natural light, perhaps as if it's an exterior door or something like that.
Keeper?
Alex is muted. Okay. As that you hear a faint voice from the other side. Yes, please, come on in.
Is that your explicit permission to touch the door?
Yes, you may touch the door.
Yandre will push the door forward without stepping in entirely because he's still weary on whether or not it's a trap.
Okay. So you go and open the door, kind of push through. Stone is up on either side of you with this kind of narrow kind of stone walkway that kind of curves a little bit up to a level floor that seems to be maybe about 10 feet tall, so just a couple feet above your head. As you come up, you enter the main top of the lighthouse. And there in the center, you see this large, kind of ornate silver brazier, where this kind of large bonfire flickers with blue and yellow light. Uh, Kind of traipsing around some of the end, you see this kind of pale light, vaguely seeing a thin silhouette of some humanoid figure, pixie to your eyes, kind of making its way around, inspecting the flame, glancing, and then slowly coming around to you. It kind of reminds you of those little lights that were down there and talked so much about you dying and how much they would enjoy that. Only here you can see some sort of humanoid figure inside the light.
Are you the keeper?
Yes, I am called that, by some at least.
Well, you were called that and referred to as that from an old friend. If there's a more proper name that you would like me to use, then I would happily use it.
Uh, I'm not so powerful as to go around telling people my name, but Keeper is fine.
Well, great. Keeper, I'm Yandre, and these are my friends. We were sent here to ask a favor of you.
Hmm. Yes, I imagine so. I saw your approach when you arrived, and it seems Rain has given you his stamp of approval, which is useful for me, as I really don't like having people in my tower longer than I have to, and I'd really hate to have to put you through the labyrinth.
The labyrinth? Yeah.
Oh, yes, the tower is actually a collection of different planes of existence, all loosely jumbled together. Uh, if, well, let's say the only direct path is the one I lay out for you. So, without that little brooch that Rain gave you, it would have been a very long journey indeed to reach the top.
I shall thank him on the way out.
Hmm. So, I suppose you come at the behest of the Horned Lord.
In more ways than one. Uh, may I come in?
Yes, please, of course.
Yandre will move in and find himself near the closest flat table, like anything, because I know that this is essentially a lighthouse. So,
Yeah, and it's kind of weird because there's kind of got like this gazebo that encloses the whole space, but there are no guardrails anywhere, so you have to kind of shimmy away because the wind up this high can be quite brisk.
um, I don't know how else to start this conversation other than to simply do this. Yandre will
Fireball.
begin to pull out the begin to pull out the head of Serenos.
You see the figure kind of moves a little closer to it. Oh my, you found it. Well, that's good. Uh, well, returning it will be a bit of a problem, though.
And that's why we're here. Serenos, through a level of communion, advised that you might be somewhat able to help us return the head back to the body.
You see. So there's at least enough of him to maintain a herald. Hmm. Well, I suppose I could help. Serenos and I are, well, we're friends from a long time ago. So I suppose I could owe him at least that. Besides, my dominion here near the Sundown Shores, I have watched as a great many troubling things have happened in Autumn of late. And, well, I do believe it is time for a change. The Pumpkin King has usurped the order placed by the Sovereign, and, well, Cernunnos is supposed to be the regulating factor.
Yes, and I do mean to not impose, but I don't know what manner of help you would be able to provide. But Serenos mentioned that you may have capabilities of negating some of his power should the body be near you, or maybe an opportunity for you to help us reclaim the horn to summon the body ourselves. Um, I don't know where the favor may ask.
Well, I suppose there are numerous things that I might be able to help you out with. Though please understand that I am a lesser Archfey, and so my help that I can provide is somewhat limited, especially considering your work will be so far from my domain. But I will provide what I can. I have perhaps a few objects, my reliquary, that I might be able to grant you one of them. Uh, a bit of my light to ensure its power continues beyond the walls. I suppose I could also grant you a blessing, if that's helpful. But I guess it would largely depend on what exactly you feel the main problems are. Obviously, battling the Horned Lord in his current predicament is no mean feat. So, where is it I can help you?
Well, as I mentioned, there's a number of things. The safest route would be us obtaining the horn and just summoning it at our own behest. The other option that we have is calling to him, or at least his body, and forcibly bringing his body to us to try to rejoin the head. Serenos believes that his body won't act with the full level of the hunt, but would still bring a guard of sorts. We've determined that there might be some way of preventing the guard from getting close, but no way of preventing Serenos, well, the Dark Lord, Dark Hunt, Lord of the Hunt, from getting closer to us. So I guess I ask your wisdom if there is an easier path that you foresee, which would you prefer?
I suppose that would depend. Black Crom, Ceranos' dark avatar, is exceptionally dangerous. If you are able to separate him from the Dark Hunt, that would be advantageous, as many of the Dullahan who support him carry very similar power, and if your names are already known to them, it would be suicide in order to combat them in any way. Perhaps I could be of some assistance, though. How exactly are you planning to attack him?
Well, without the horn, which I would imagine would probably be really difficult, uh, the intention was to beckon him into a hallowed ground that would separate some of the lesser Fae from his body. Then from there, it would be a matter of reattaching the head. We've been warned that even up close, he's incredibly dangerous, but he's equally dangerous, if not more, from afar.
Indeed, he is a rather skilled archer. The Doulahan who serve him primarily focus on close quarters combat. So, under normal circumstances, you would have to wade through a small army of them to reach him. But if you are able to hallow the ground and separate them, that could work. Well, yes, that could work. The horn, well, if you're able to obtain it, he'll follow, for sure, if you summon him. Seems a good plan of any. But, let's see. What else could you use? Do you foresee problems finding the horn?
We know it's in the grasp of the Pumpkin King. We located it previously and left it behind out of fear, honestly, of repercussion. Not necessarily sure if it still lies there, but the Pumpkin King, per our exit, seemed to be astounded that we just left it, which leads me to believe that he may feel that it was unvalued and he may have just kept it just under closer guard.
I see. You're saying he may have assumed that you did not know the horn's truth?
Correct.
I see. Nonetheless, you can expect that security and the protection on the vault will most likely be improved.
Well, that was the odd thing. His personal vault is not where the horn was. The horn was, it lied in a separate room. Um, it was close to where his personal quarters were, but didn't seem to be incredibly magically protected to begin with. I'm not sure if he would have moved it, but the items that were taken from his personal vault.
Yes, I, I was under the understanding that he had I suppose you could say, a false vault. Uh, I suppose you could consider it a sacrificial treasury, whereas his more closely guarded treasures were kept somewhere else. Well, if you are able to gain entrance, then that's probably not that big of an issue. In that way, I do have a couple items of my reliquary that I could help you with. Or perhaps a boon. I could perhaps, well, I'm not sure how much you know about my power, but it lies mostly in twilight, the boundary between light and dark, and my specialty is illusions and a bit of healing. I could grant you a boon that would allow you to, well, let's say, pierce resistances that certain creatures have to your magic or weapons. That would be helpful. Perhaps I could also give you all a boon of the twilight, which would make it much easier for you to travel in shadow. As for my reliquary, well, I do have one thing that I think might help you. And you see the little silhouette kind of reach out, and a small little mote of light comes out, kind of Wicked Witch of the North, whatever style, and just kind of slowly float, almost kind of bubble like, until at the edge of the brazier it quickly kind of rises in size, and then dims to see an ornately carved kind of silver lantern, and it flickers with this kind of pale blue light, almost kind of like an incredibly emissive neon blue propane type color. And she goes, "This is the lantern of Twilight's embrace. The flame is magical. Most specifically, the light that it casts cancels out any sort of magical darkness. It also prevents any creature that is concealed, perhaps by invisibility, from maintaining that boon. It also is quite interesting as it also heightens your ability to see through illusions that might appear within uh, the lantern's light. Perhaps this would be useful for you."
May I ask if we were to appear invisible, would it also affect us? The last time that we were able to get into the Pumpkin King's quarters, we used a level of invisibility. I just want to make sure that if we are to use that again, that we wouldn't be impacted by the lantern's light.
That would be a good question. Yes, while the lantern's shade is open and the light is being cast out, uh, it would prevent anyone, including yourself, from being invisible. But as long as the lantern is closed, then you wouldn't have to worry about it. Alternatively, I could give you something that would allow you to be invisible, but I could only grant you one item at a time.
I would look back to the group. I would imagine attempting to get the horn first would probably be our best option. It would be a lot more difficult to deal with Black Crom without it. We have some experience with getting into the Pumpkin King's quarters. Obviously, there would be some heightened security, but I think that's our best bet. Do you have any suggestions otherwise?
I trust you, Yantre.
I think that does sound sound.
We can't prepare for the fight until we have the stuff to get into the fight, so.
Yeah.
The boon to make you invisible, does that only subside for one person, or is that something that would be able to be cast amongst all of us?
Well, specifically, it's a boon that I could place on all of you, and it would occlude you from spells that might reveal your position, as well as make you more difficult to spot. So, out of character, um, the the actual boon is the boon of undetectability. It would give you guys +10 bonus on stealth checks, and you can't be detected or targeted by divination magic, including scrying sensors.
Does that include like alarm too?
Yes.
Okay. I, out of character, I honestly would kind of prefer that over the lantern.
Yeah, and so, I guess just for fairness, the Lantern of Twilight's Embrace, when activated, it creates a 30-foot radius. Within that radius, it would dispel any magical darkness. It reveals any invisible creatures. It grants you a advantage on wisdom perception checks to notice other individuals, and it would allow the wielder of the lantern to instantly see through any illusions that exist within the light's radius. For fairness, so that way you understand what you're picking between. And then the other item she mentioned, the Veil of Dusk. Well, she didn't say it was the Veil of Dusk, but the other item is a cloak that allows you to hide and become invisible in dim light or darkness, and then once per day you can cast greater invisibility on yourself.
So the two options that I'm hearing is the boon to make us
Which
all invisible.
helps everybody.
Yeah. And then the lantern. The lantern would help us once we got into the location to kind of like prevent being surprised.
Yeah, that would be more like an anti-black chrome
Yeah.
thing. Doesn't help you so much with getting the horn.
So I'm still technically leading towards the boon that helps all of us. That's just heads up. So Yandere looks back at the group and just kind of says, if we are to traverse through the Pumpkin King's quarters again, I would prefer that all of us are there. And to be able to be unseen would be incredibly beneficial.
Boon or bust?
Yandere will turn back to the Keeper of Fading Light and says, we would accept the boon.
Very well. And you see her kind of wave her hand a little bit. The lantern just kind of goes. Yep.
Before, I need to know how long the boon will last. One, because it is a long journey from here to the the Tree of Falling Leaves. And then two, some merit of thanks should be provided. And I don't know what that is.
Well, firstly, the boon will last until I take it from you, which I suppose I will do once your task is complete. Secondly, if you're referring to an appropriate amount of tribute, I suppose for a noble cause, I can eschew that this once. After all, you do take actions for the good of Fairy and Autumn.
Understood. And greatly appreciated. Are you ready? And I look back at everybody else.
Yes, I'm ready.
Kelmac's like, I want the cloak.
I guess I'm ready. Do I have an option?
You could not take the boon.
Oh, I'm not asking you.
Hey.
No, I'm being honest. I'm asking the party. My apologies, ma'am, sir,
Keeper.
keeper.
Domesticated elves.
In my experience, the domesticated product normally tastes poorer than them imported. So I'll give you that.
This is one of the reasons why I never tried to become a goddess in the prime. Anyway, are you ready for your boon?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Do I say yes?
So,
Yes, you said yes. Just say yes.
Well, I don't know
So-
if they're asking all of us or just like, are you speaking
The-
to us right now?
the Keeper of the Fading Light, her little moat moves towards you, Yandere. And as she gets close, she's approaching your face, and you see this tiny humanoid figure with kind of long ears, this kind of long, beautiful, kind of flowing silver hair, kind of this long blue dress.
Skinny legend.
That that has so I imagine like Elsa from Frozen, but she has like some gold accoutrement. So there's this weird difference between like moon iconography and sun iconography. And she is quite beautiful. And she just kind of reaches forward, kisses you on your brow, and you feel a bit of coldness. And those of you who watch kind of see a kind of this shimmering rune of a crescent moon and several stars in the middle appear on Yandre's forehead and then fade, but only slightly. She then in turn moves to each one of you, again kissing each of you on the brow, and having the same rune appear on your foreheads.
Is everybody okay?
That felt weird.
You've been touched by an archfey.
I mean, that can't be the first time this has happened, though, right?
Well, technically, yes. Right now, it's the first time you've been touched by an archfey.
Are you sure? I feel like we've met more like higher powered beings who've probably touched me.
Yeah, but those weren't archfays. The closest one you would have gotten to has been
The potion person.
the brewer of enchanted nectars. Yes.
Oh, the potion person. Got it.
The brewer. He's a chaotic sort of individual.
That is very true.
So we should probably get going, but thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Well,
Appreciate
I suppose the fastest way out of here would be jump over the edge, but I don't think any of you can fly.
And I've had quite enough of falling from large heights today.
Oh, yeah.
and fly. Still not recommended. Why?
Can descend for a certain amount of time.
I mean, we went up the stairs. We can go down the stairs.
Is the bus still running?
The bus.
What's a bus?
Because you don't go too late, the escalator just turns into stairs.
But what's a bus?
It's like a cart that carries a lot of people that don't own the cart.
Well, it's a battlement utility submissible, but I digress.
Okay, I've actually ridden on a bus before. I have to be truthful.
Great. So the stairs?
To the bus from the stairs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Keeper.
No. Hopefully you don't die. Also, just another reminder to watch the illusions on the island. They can be quite dangerous.
Are the pixies below your friends?
Oh. Well, yes, they are, as some denizens here of the island. They're quite playful.
Yes. Oh, great. Then we'll be mindful. Thank you again.
Let's go cheer up that mermaid.
No.
I would rather not.
Let's move. Yandere will begin like ushering you guys back out. Down the stairs. Really don't want to waste too much time, but I do think a safe place is probably a good place to make a good start, huh?
Okie dokie.
Yeah. Let's move.
Okay. So you head back down through the tower, passing through, trying very carefully plugging your ears as you make your way through the garden, trying not to get recaptured by the dryad. Um, Only kind of taking your fingers out of your ears once you make it on the opposite side of the bridge, and rain opens up the portcullis to allow you to pass back through. Um, as you come, he kind of glances, obviously kind of eyeing the marks on your brow. Ah, I see you managed to speak with the mistress.
Yes. And she did mention that these brooches you gave, well, the brooch you gave was of great use. And I do want to make sure that I thank you.
Well, 'tis appreciated. I'm only happy that the mistress was not displeased with me allowing you to enter. She tends to be a rather private individual.
She did mention, and the audience was brief, but again, greatly appreciated.
Well, at any rate, the charm you have, once given, cannot be revoked, except by the mistress, so I suppose you'll have some help should you wish or need to return. Note, though, the brooch doesn't work on the illusions on the island, so you want to be careful there.
That's okay. We have a friend here who has utility in identifying illusions. He looks over at Godwin. Also, Caleb. Friends. But one has a knack and an affinity for some items that will help them or help us identify them. So we should make it safely.
Good. Well, enjoy the rest of your journey. Well, perhaps I will see you again sometime.
Perhaps. All right, let's move.
Okay. Caleb, would you like to make a investigation check to see if you can catch the illusions this time around?
With Godwin's help.
Definitely.
Godwin can make
God-
an investigation.
Well, Godwin's rolling his own because he already gets advantage.
Okay.
So there's no benefit to helping.
I rolled a 2, which gives me a 16.
Okay. Godwin rolled a 30.
Well.
Thank God we have
So
a good wizard on our team.
For once.
So, with help between Caleb, who did not roll high enough, and Godwin, who did roll high enough, you guys manage to make it all the way back to the little dock at the bottom of the island. Before Godwin kind of stops, turns around, and goes, "You know, it occurs to me that we didn't take a boat, and I'm not entirely sure how we're going to get off the island. Someone perhaps think of that?"
No, but give me a moment. I'm going to cast Sending.
Okay.
I will send a message to Carrion.
All right.
So my message would be, Carrion, we are back in autumn, currently stranded on the island of the Azure Tower. Please send carriage as soon as possible.
There's a brief go. What? Ah, the lighthouse. Not yet. I'll send someone to pick you up.
I'm obviously not going to respond because I'm not sending another message. But
How you
I'll look to
doing?
everybody. I'll look to everybody and just go. Carrion will send someone to come pick us up. Till then, we just sit still.
Was he the walrus that you told me about?
Yes.
It's like seeing them all for the first time again.
Well, yes. For you, I guess. As for that, this gives us a little time to talk. Caleb and I were the only two that went in last time. And so I'm not sure if you are all prepared to journey into the Pumpkin King's threshold. It's going to be better if we avoid making as much noise as possible. And I know that I'm looking over at somebody's typing, and it's mine that's activating. Looking over, I'm just at Kelmec. I'm like, you and I tend to be relatively loud movers.
Yes, to the arm.
Last time I did this, I made it a point to switch out my armor so I wouldn't make noise, but I don't know if you're willing to do the same.
Calmac would probably just say that, oh, mine's made of mithril. I'm good.
That's true. This is made of mithril. Like, what do you mean?
Why are you so loud?
Oh, he's just loud normally. This is just Aaron just rolls really bad on stealth. It's got nothing to do with disadvantage.
Oh,
He's just tall.
well, great. Um, well, not great because you're just loud. Then,
Shiny armor.
but I guess the boon will help us with that. So we'll just do what we can. Caleb, this boon, though it helps us, doesn't necessarily make us invisible. If I heard correct, um, that would still be an issue because we would essentially just be walking into the place completely visible.
Yeah.
Do you have any methods of making us all invisible, or is that something we're just going to have to bite the bullet on?
Let me see how many I can make invisible. Uh,
One for everyone above level 2.
yeah. I can cast a 7, so I can make all of us invisible. But that's a 7th level plus line.
Wouldn't it be 6? No, it's 7 for 5 people.
Yeah.
And I could do it. That's not an issue.
I mean,
But because I don't really have spell access to spell 7th level, I just have on the 7th stuff.
this is one of your circles things, right?
Yes, and it requires a wide bit of magic to be able to cast it.
Okay. Would you be willing to give up that level of power?
Yeah, definitely.
Great. Um, the other thing is we would probably need to find some way to locate the horn. I would imagine it's probably not in the same spot, but it is the Pumpkin King, so he could very likely think, oh, I will just bolster the defenses and leave it exactly where it is. So um, I would need time to prepare to find an object because I don't have that prepared right now.
Yeah.
Because I don't think any other of us would be able to cast such magics. So it would rely on me to do that. Especially if you're maintaining concentration on our invisibility.
Yeah. Very true.
Okay, so we would need somewhere to stay for the night. And then I would assume we would need to go in the next day or two. The other problem is we don't have a festival to go under the guise of. So any security is going to be the true security of the vicinity. So I would expect to run into more people, possibly, than we did the last time. On top of whatever added and bolstered security he has.
Yeah, I definitely see that as being an issue. In terms of that, did we want to try dimension dooring back in? We did last time.
You mean how we got into the room the last time, right?
Yeah.
That would mean that we would then have to drop the invisibility again, right?
Yes, but that would put us inside the vault if we still have access.
That might be our only way in. So I would probably agree. Um, and even if it's moved, then there's a good chance that I'll be able to at least locate it and see if it's in the same general area. I just don't want us to automatically teleport into that vault and then us become stranded.
Yes, and I will say, if I do cast Dimension Door, it does not get rid of invisibility.
You will if you cast a spell.
Oh, right. But it will.
Order of operations.
It'll get rid of mine. It won't get rid of y'all.
I'll let the DM decide on that one because I.
Well, it'll get rid of mine, but it won't do the concentration. It'll just get rid of mine because it will effectively go away.
Why don't we look for like a potion of invisibility?
I also do have the spell Greater Invisibility, which will let me go invisible again after I cast.
But then the rest of us are without, right?
Yes, and I can look over God and see. Do you have access to Greater Invisibility?
Godwin.
Godwin?
Yes.
Well, I do have it in my spellbook, yes. I'm not prepared. But if I have an evening to kind of swap some things around, I should be able to have that ready.
Yeah, so I think that might actually be a good option because I can teleport in, but it will last for a minute.
Well, I guess we can discuss that when we have the spells. For now, let's just make it to a safe spot.
Yes.
How far out into the water is this island?
Pretty far.
Yeah, as you can see Amber Watch off to the east. You would guess it's probably about 50 miles.
Well,
Not
shit.
far.
Just a
Well, yeah,
stone's throw
yeah.
away.
You can't really put things here in terms of miles. And then it's like, how can we see it if it's 50 miles away? You don't know, but it looks a really long, long way away.
It's far.
So on a boat, like how long? Like I don't know. Are there faster Fey winds here? Or
Well, that depends. As I said before, the Fae shifts as it pleases. Could take us a day to travel. Could take 3 hours, as you would put it in the prime. But it's difficult to tail down.
I heard one time there was a 3-hour tour that took way too long. That was in the prime though.
Well, a 2 hour trip here could cost you 2 years in the prime.
Ooh. Isn't this like the Starfall Lake or whatever?
The Sea of Falling Stars?
Yeah, that thing.
Yep, you guys are at the farthest western point of autumn you can be. If you, I mean, pretty much as you guys look west of here, that dark cloud line of night with the Sea of Falling Stars looks surprisingly close. When you guys can actually like see meteors and stuff in the distance and lightning in the
Technically,
various
we're close
colors.
enough to be considered the autumn coast. If you look further that way, and Yandre would like look over to the west and says, "That is the Sea of Falling Stars." If we were to drift any further west, we would be very concerned for all of those. And he like looks up and sees like all the stars and stuff that are falling from the sky.
Yeah, and the Sea of Falling Stars touches the astral sea, which means from a certain perspective, if you went as far west as east would take you to Amberwatch, you'd be at risk of falling in the astral sea.
And that's not a fun journey, even with a guide.
So we're just gonna. I guess we're just waiting here for anywhere between several hours to several days.
Yes, unless you see some other way to get there. And he just points over at what would appear to be the Amberwatch.
Man,
Fortunately, I do.
So, about another hour and a half passes before Yandre, as you're kind of glancing off, you're going, okay, that should be Amberwatch. Down kind of southeast, that should be Sunset Harbor. And you're just trying to scan the area out there for sails, any sort of sign of carrion. Uh, and then your eyes kind of pick up something, almost kind of like a wave moving along the water in your direction, as if something is traveling beneath the water.
If you do you see that?
nope.
Um, should we be worried?
Is that is that a bus?
As you kind
This is
of
some.
are looking around,
Is it?
you see the little ripple in the water start to get a little bit taller and taller of a mound as something begins to surface. You watch as these large horse-like figures, like the size of Clydesdales, but kind of pale blue skin with long manes made of seaweed, erupt underneath the ground and then start walking and running atop the water. Yoked, and as they break the top, from behind them, almost as if suddenly floating, this large kind of ironclad, almost kind of full dar looking vessel kind of pops up to the surface and is being pulled by these creatures. Yandere, you would recognize these immediately as Kelpie. And I guess if anyone's reasonably you studied that kind of stuff, you might know. But yeah, generally regarded as evil fairies, because while beautiful, they are very aggressive and have a habit of trying to lure people into the water and then drown them. So, yeah, probably keep your hands away from them. But as it comes, you see this sled, this Kelpie drawn boat, kind of start to make a wide turn. You kind of see kind of a flash of light and then a voice that rings out that you can't really hear over the spray and tossing of the ocean. But apparently someone has seen you and starts to make kind of a wide arc to meet up. As the Kelpie kind of trot past and this massive bulk of a ship, not like full-size sailing ship, it's kind of a small, almost kind of like a river barge style, but obviously no mast. Kind of comes up, a couple individuals kind of pop out. Some appear Eladrin, some appear Triton, some other sort of individuals kind of go and they start laying down a gangplank. Very obvious that no one aboard the ship even looks interested in stepping off this boat. And in fact, many people seem to spend as little bit of time near the island as possible. Yandere, you would possibly know because of the superstitious nature of the island and the lady herself. But after a couple minutes, you hear the lumbering boom, 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 as up near the top of the gangplank, a walrus humanoid, demi-human, kind of stands at the top, kind of one eye kind of closed, looking down, big tooth, one of the tusks kind of broken halfway down, looking down, going, "Yandere, there you are, you son of a bitch." And he kind of looks down. You got more party members. Come on, come on.
Well, as the sun sets, carrion.
And you kind of mind. There's barnacles on the gangplank.
Got it. Let's go.
Is this the bus?
Bus.
It's a sub.
No, this is.
Oh, so that's bus backwards. Got it. So it's a bus.
Submissible utility battlement. Yeah, got it.
Wait, is that what sub stands for?
Bus stands for battlement utility submissible, but like just backwards. Forget
Station. You forgot it's battle utility station.
Oh.
But yes, this is. Mostly use this for traveling around. Very useful for smuggling. Kind of glancing you over as an elf. Going, wait a second. You're not from around here.
Domesticated.
Well.
I'm currently imported.
He's an import.
Careful.
Right.
Yandere will immediately get to wherever he can.
Okay. As you kind of step on, people are looking as though they're kind of getting ready to reset the sub for return trip. People start bringing on the gangplank. Starts looking around, going, all right. Well, so am I taking you back to Sunset Harbor, or are we going somewhere else?
We got to get as close as possible to the Throne of Fallen Leaves, but I I think,
The
going
Sovereign's throne? What do you got to do there, boy?
same thing I needed to do last time, but didn't successfully do it.
I thought you were going after the Pumpkin King in Gordfell.
Well, still going after the Pumpkin King, but just in another way. Um, and I try to pull Carrion off to the side, at least to where it's not immediately visible, but I will turn and pull one of the horns of the Horn Lord out of my bag.
And as soon as you kind of start trying to pull the horn a little bit, he kind of realizes what it is and tries to throw his little flat flippered hands to kind of stop. Go, what the? Hey, boy, I guess it's a good thing I brought the smuggling vessel then, huh?
Yeah, but Carrion, it's time to return it, and I need the horn.
All right, all right. And you sure the Pumpkin King would have placed that over in the throne and not keep it in the barony, in the palace?
We'll do whatever we need to check. The goal
All
was
right.
to the goal was to go back to Gordfell, but if he didn't keep it in the same spot, I would imagine he would keep it close to the throne where he remains for the most part.
I
So we're going
suppose
towards
there aren't many people who would dare violate the sanctity of that place with the sovereign gone. Right. Um, well, things have taken a bit of a turn since your last visit here in the Sundown. Amberwatch is probably not the best place for us to make landfall. Uh, I could probably take you back to Sunset Harbor, but I think it might be faster for you if we put to port in Sailsong. At least then you'll be able to travel along the Amber Forest, at least taking some of the way. Though I suppose if you wanted to go straight to the Fallen Leaves, Sunset Harbor might be the easiest. Atherius would help you through the Duskwood.
Yes, but Carrion, has any word or any information gone out about our last venture? Meaning, do you know if he's bolstered his security to a point of unsuccessful attempt, should we try? Or any word from any of the beacons about possible location of the horn?
It's hard to say, really. Around the time you folks headed there, there was word that the master was angry about something. Uh, they haven't really said anything specifically about any mischief he might have caused. I assume that's probably just so that they don't have to admit publicly that anything embarrassing might have happened. But I do know that the Pumpkin King has sent a number of searchers far and wide. There have been people who have told me that the scarecrows uh, and the Harvest Moon were, well, a bit more active than they usually are. And during the day, too. So, entry in and out of Gordfell is, well, under high guard. But it seems as though the fever pitch has come down a bit as time goes on longer and longer without finding anything.
Carrion, how long have we been gone?
Oh, let's see. I'd wager probably about a year now.
Wow. That's to be expected. But a good enough time to at least let things die down. Carrion, have you heard from Callan or Tira?
I heard of them, from them a bit. From what I understand, they left Sunset Harbor, seeing as how the barony and the Pumpkin King has had a bit of a increased presence of recently. From what I heard of them last, they are now hunkered down over in Hearthstone. Uh, you know, serving there along some of Brumholt's men. Uh, and seeing as how he's a loyalist to the throne, then I suppose he could be counted in order to keep them safe if necessary.
Yeah. Tira always did like the ever-burning hearth.
Aye, it's certainly pretty. They have no shortage of booze. That's certainly good. But in my personal opinion, everyone over there is just a little too happy and hopeful, and yeah, it's just not really the right atmosphere for a sea dweller such as myself, especially considering the lack of any real port.
That's fair. Well, thank you for the information. And sail song it is.
All right. Well, I'll get you there in a jiffy. From here, we'll probably take the long way round the island to avoid any watching eyes. But should probably have you there in an hour or so.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I've got to let everyone know.
No worries. I'll be staying up here. If you head down and then all the way to the back, that's my room. There should already be a little bit of food in there, nothing special. But if you end up need a rest or recovery or anything, feel free to hunker down there for a little bit.
I'll make sure to avoid the mussels.
Well, not really a problem inside the ship. Although, unless you're talking about the ones we have for food, in which case, I mean, that's nice, because they're kind of a favorite of mine.
I know.
But,
last time you almost bit my arm off, so.
Well. Sorry, not sorry.
Thank you, Carrion. Hey, turning to everybody else, we should head down below.
Oh,
Yeah, and as if kind of on cue, the boat kind of lurches forward as the Kelpies are, kind of starting to pick up their trot. And before long, this stuff starts, speeding along the water like a powerboat.
ooh. How'd they solve the problem with the air circulation underneath?
I don't know.
Is there like an engineer here I could talk to?
I think we should discuss what we're gonna do first, and then you can find an engineer. I'm sure there are.
Alright, I was curious.
We have an hour, so what I have to say probably won't take too long.
Yeah, once the ship kind of gets up to speed, you kind of watch as the Kelpie are kind of doing this kind of jumping, kind of prancing motion, and then burst beneath the ocean, and you feel the boat lurch as it's dragged underneath the water. There's a spray of bubbles that kind of come over the top that kind of coalesce into one kind of large, kind of thin bubble that just encapsulates the top area of the ship. And then, like, little lanterns start to light above the deck as other people are kind of coming through, setting up rigging and kind of watching out. And you are now traveling at a very impressive speed underwater.
So, we have about an hour before we reach Sail Song. I don't believe we've been there together, but it is north of Amberwatch. From Sail Song, we'll take the forest, the Amber Forest and use that as cover until we can head south. The intention was to hit up Gordfell. That's where we were before. See if we can locate the horn there. If the horn is not in Gordfell, then we would head to the Throne of Falling Leaves. It's a little more treacherous than our last stop, but it's the best sense of recourse that we have. The other thing I want to make sure you're aware of is the Pumpkin King's Guard. The Scarecrows have been more active since the last time we were here, even during the daytime. They're not as scary as the Dark Hunt, but they are still a formidable force. But it has been a year since the last time we were here in the Fae. So a lot of their vigorous searching has died down, being that they haven't been able to find us. So we have a little bit of time, probably not as much as a hassle as if we were to show up a couple of days after the last time we were here, but still need to be cautious.
That is some good news, at least. I like that idea a lot better than showing up a couple days after.
Yeah. So we'll probably, I would imagine once we hit Sail Song, we should probably head towards the Amber Forest as quick as possible. And then from there, set up camp, give ourselves some time to rest. Then, once a new day has begun, we can make our way down to Gordfell. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
I'm down for that plan. Let's do it.
Bet.
Good. If you want, we can go into Carrion's quarters. There's some food and a place for us to rest while we wait. It's only an hour, so it won't take too long. But Dissolve, there should be some form of engineer or someone you can talk to. Just right there. Like look over where all the lanterns are being lit up. There's a couple of people there.
Mm-hmm.
Can't stop you from touching or taking anything at this point, so it's up to you guys.
I promise not to take anything. I am going to take people's time, though, and I'm going to ask them questions the whole time.
I'm going to head to Carrion's. I'll head to Carrion's quarter.
Yep. Right. So you're going to talk to an engineer, is all?
Yeah, I'm just curious of how, because from my understanding, like the dwarves never bothered with the submersible portion because maintaining the oxygen would require too much energy, and they didn't like, you know what, just armor the shit out of it and just keep it above the water was the whole purpose, because they couldn't figure out the whole air circulation issue. But it looks like they're using just magic to create a bubble. So I'm curious, like, what's the time frame? How long does that last? Is it just Fey water? What are they doing? And I don't really need to RP it. I'm just going to bother people. And get no
basically, you talk to a guy that appears to be a Triton. He basically tells you that there's a mithril banding along the bow of the ship that has the runes that maintain the magic. Just kind of, essentially, it acts like the loop on a bubble stick. And basically, it just creates a large air sac, and they do have to kind of come up every hour or so to kind of pop the bubble, seal a new one before going back down.
Of course, I would ask about the durability of said bubble.
They tell you it's reasonably good. They said they got attacked by a kraken once, and it took a few blows. Oh. But if for any reason the bubble is ever popped, the Kelpies know to make an emergency.
Fascinating.
Evac.
I'm writing this down in my journal. It's like, ooh, nice. I draw out the script of the boat. It's like, oh, okay, neat.
Yeah, and then the guy tells you, it's like, oh yeah, we as Tritons, we live down on the bottom of the ocean and the sea. We use this stuff all the time, and so he seems to be just happy that someone took an interest in his uh, culture, I guess. Okay. So, yes, before too long, you guys arrive in Sail Song. As you are coming up, Sail Song appears to be really more of a village than anything. Um, Quite nice actually. So it's got like stone, this kind of beautiful kind of white stone walls with this kind of red terracotta kind of roofing, kind of like a little Tuscan village along the ocean. So all the buildings are nice, but the actual footprint of the village itself isn't that large. Um, but you see numerous fishing vessels, all decorated with brightly colored sails, and you see kind of banners of a myriad of colors, and kind of tapestries, kind of hung to just kind of they kind of flap in the wind. Um, so, yeah, kind of a really colorful place that, at least from here, seems surprisingly normal compared to the other Fey places we visited. But yeah, as you guys disembark at Sail Song, there are numerous local citizens who kind of glance at you guys in the boat, but don't seem to pay any more mind than that.
Wow.
So we disembark.
Yep.
We're getting off the boat now, right?
Yeah,
what you
yeah,
meant-
that's what you
meant-
guys are
That's
doing.
what you meant by disembark.
I thought this
Yep.
was a bus.
I mean, it's a boat.
Well, it seems like a boat, but Yandere said this was a bus when we got on it.
I mean, it's,
Sub. Said it was a sub.
this is a boat. A sub would not require magic bubble.
Then why was I lied to?
You're in the Fae.
Oh, okay, that actually seems legitimate. Never mind.
I mean, they might call it a bus or a sub. I don't know. And like, sub's short for submarine. I don't know where this anagram for sub came from.
Or submissive.
Or submersible. But
Or
just
substitute.
like it's not an anagram. I don't know unless it's an anagram here. Anyway,
Or subsidiary.
Ooh.
Pretty sure my family had a subsidiary or two.
get that passive income,
That's really passive.
aggressive income,
It's aggressive income.
high risk, high reward.
Well, when you're kind of in charge of everyone, it's all reward.
No risk, high reward.
Abuse, all reward.
Well, we should get off this boat before we create some type of international water treason.
Me with nothing.
So glad we didn't get attacked by like a kraken or something.
Yeah, you probably would have had to travel a little farther out to sea for that.
Oh boy.
That would have been fun.
Did you know the bubble can withstand 2 to 3 strikes from a kraken?
You know, sub actually is short for subbubble.
Bubble. Stupid.
No, you.
I said that was like that was. I wasn't calling you stupid. I was like, that's so stupid, but it's funny.
No, you.
How dare you?
So we're slowly leaving the sub as we have this conversation. I assume we stop in the gangplank, which is technically a stairwell.
That's why the conversation's so awkward, because it's not quite a stairwell, but it's the closest thing we had.
Yeah.
The person's like slowly like trying to pull up the anchor.
Fucking move, guys.
They don't get paid by the hour.
Oh, they get paid? Impressive.
Oh, not if they're Arthur.
Hmm. Got
Arthur got paid.
got
They just never trusted him with his money.
on the job experience. He was an intern on the sea. That's like the worst kind.
A sea turn.
Ooh. Alright, we'll get off.
Yeah.
Bye. Boat? Bubble boat?
Bubble butt.
Yeah. Carrion is kind of going and slapping you guys on the back. It's like, it was nice to meet you all. Yandre never brings any of his friends over. I guess he might be, well, considering people are always trying to kill him, so might have something to do with it.
Hmm.
That's fair.
Who's trying to kill him? They're usually trying to kill us.
Right. Well, I hope you all survive, so feel free to let me know if you ever need anything.
Okay. Bye, Carrion. You seem nice.
Okay, so you guys have reached Sail Song. What would you guys like to do now?
What time of day is it?
Well, at this point in time, it looks like you might be reaching dusk-ish, but it's kind of hard to tell.
So, are we like trying to stay the night before we do stuff, or are we like just going ham?
Some Black Forest ham. I don't know.
Go ahead.
I got nothing.
Well, sorry, I'm just getting back. Did we make it to Sail Song?
Yep.
Have we made it out of Sail Song into the Amber Forest yet?
Nope, you guys
We're at the
just stepped on.
So I would recommend that we're not staying in Sail Song, just because there are people still technically looking around. Probably better off going to the Amber Forest and then making camp there.
Okay. One thing I'll note that you become aware of as you enter, though, Yandere, is that you are told that just kind of southeast of Sailsong, the shifting market happens to be there.
It's Ben. There's a good chance that Ben is there. You never know. He could be there. He could not be. He could be at home, chilling and relaxing. But he never misses an opportunity to sell stuff. The shifting market is to the southeast of Sailsong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you guys would be. Yeah, you guys would pass through it if you guys go underneath that small mountain range to the Amber Forest, or you guys would go northeast if you wanted to go along the beach into the forest. Just kind of depends on which way you wanted to go.
So how close is it to Amber Watch, though, is my question, because you said southeast.
Yes, I mean, so it would be on the road to Amber Watch, but the market is right outside of Sailsong, so there's nothing saying that you can't. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I would look at everybody else. I mean, it's not far if you want to go to the shifting markets. You might be able to pick up a couple of trinkets or something that might help us.
I don't think you've ever told them what the shifting market is.
To be fair, I haven't had to really look it up either.
Why do they call it the shifting markets?
It is a market that shifts, as in it doesn't stay in one place for very long.
Like a traveling bazaar?
Yeah, it disappears and moves to a different part of autumn at every dawn.
Like, is it a planned move or is it just random?
It's random.
It's random, and even the shops that are present, the layout in the shops in the market changes every day.
Listen, I never tried to ask you guys to make sense of the Feywild. Just like I've never tried to ask you guys to make sense of the prime for me. The reason that your markets stay the same every day kind of throws me off.
Because if you ask where something is, we could just say it's right there, and you would go to it. Not,
But
I
what's
don't
the
know
fun in
better.
that?
But I don't think going to the market's not supposed to be a mystery.
It's like a scavenger hunt. Like you go and you find something new and interesting every time. If you have the same layout and the same thing every single day, there's nothing new. It loses its pizzazz.
Like, what if I just needed like a basket, and I gotta go find someone that sells a basket?
I mean, there are stationary markets. It's not as if we're without them. You don't remember, but you visited one before. This one is bizarre.
Does it like shift completely at random, or is there like designated places in each town that is the right space for these places to go to?
It's completely random.
So like
We just so happen to be in a spot that's right next to it right now.
one could be like on top of a building.
Possibly.
Man, that's so inconvenient.
Hmm. Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
Then we should go before dawn, meaning we should leave.
Most definitely.
Before it shifts on us. What if we're in the market and it shifts at that time?
DM, my understanding is we would shift with it.
One of two things
That
will
seems
happen.
really inconvenient now.
One of two things will happen. If you guys are awake at the time of the shift, then the market will shift places and you won't even notice that it's happened. If you are asleep at the time it shifts, you will awake the following morning in the middle of a field or wherever you happen to be when the market disappeared.
That's amazing.
This is the worst place ever.
It's the best place ever.
We're gonna wind up in some way far off place by accident. This is a fun market for you?
Well, yes. One time it was just north of Sunset Shore, like Harbor, and I ended up in the Everburning Heath. And then after that, I stayed with the market because it was fun, and I figured, you know what? I talked to Ben and hang out and
We have a
get out
house.
somewhere.
Like, you'd be transported away from your house. Then you'd have nowhere to live.
Well, eventually you would be transported somewhere close to your house.
Maybe.
It's just a couple of days.
I'm intrigued. This sounds amazing, but the logistics of it are very confusing and I don't like it.
Was that the Whispering Willows that I ended up last time? I'm pretty sure it was the Whispering Willows. And then it was the Veil of Mist.
Yeah,
then-
and you had to be very careful not to leave the village there.
yeah. So
Stay awake, stay awake, stay awake, stay awake.
yeah, I mean, I just kind of slept through the day and then stayed up all night with it. So it's kind of like a traveling caravan. You guys call it a circus in the Prime Circus?
Yeah,
Yes.
people get abducted from circuses too. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't abducted. I just stayed with it for a while until I got closer to home.
Just took you against your will.
Well, no, maybe the first time, but then after the first time, I stayed awake and just kind of traveled with it.
Like when people are born in the Fae, they're born like as babies, right? They're not like full-grown adults or anything.
I mean, babies. What do you mean by baby?
Baby.
Adolescent?
No, a baby, like an infant that can crawl and go places. Sometimes would you take your eye off of them?
Yeah, but like essentially, once you learn to walk, you kind of grow into yourself relatively quickly, and then after a certain age, it just seems like the body stops aging, but you continue to do so.
I'm so glad we're just visiting here. This seems extremely. It's too different. Man, the Prime must have been so strange for you, with things being consistent.
Dude, I asked a lot of questions.
I know, and now it's all making sense now.
Well, I asked a lot of questions at first, and then I was made to believe I was stupid, and so I stopped asking those questions. but there's a lot of questions about you guys in the Prime.
All right, let's not shift with this place.
Okay, let's go.
What if it shifts by using a portal, and we can tell where those portals are?
You're
Does it
trying
fall
to like intellectualize the Fae, and I would highly recommend you don't.
Yeah, this place doesn't use any kind of logic.
No.
That's what DeAndre has been trying to say.
I'm hungry.
Well, then let's get to the market. DeAndre just takes off.
Okay. You guys head outside Sail Song along the road. As you exit, you catch a glimpse of something extraordinary in the distance. Familiar to you, though, Yandre. Colors and shapes seem to dance and shimmer, beckoning you closer. As you approach, the dazzling sight begins to take form. A bustling, vibrant market full of life and wonder. Stalls of every shape and size are adorned with banners and fabrics in shades of gold, crimson, and amber, reflecting the hues of the surrounding forest and autumnal realm. And the air is filled with a medley of tantalizing scents, laughter, and the hum of excited chatter. This is the Shifting Market, a place where the ordinary and magical come together in perfect harmony. Barkers along the street in kind of roadside stalls cry out. You see an individual who appears to be some sort of elephant kind of therian throat, kind of gilded in gold, hawking some kind of meal that appears to be some kind of a small roasted rodent between kind of a wide slice of bread and adorned with kind of veggies and onions, basically like prairie hot dogs or hot prairie dogs, something of that nature. Yeah. You also see several other individuals kind of walking around, showing the spot. As you reach the kind of central marketplace, you see several buildings. One that appears to be some sort of an alchemist. You see a bookstore calling itself the Whispering Tomes. You see a place called that seems to sell instruments or some sort of musical equipment. You see one that sells what look to your eyes to be just a variety of trinkets. Another that seems to be a weaver or tailor shop that sells carpets and robes. You also see what looks to be kind of a thin, kind of twisty tower with just the symbols of kind of plants above the top, and kind of a relatively large oak tree with a face that seems to be moving around going, "Come, Rizara's here. She has seeds once every few decades. Perhaps a twice or thrice in a lifetime opportunity." Uh, next to a kind of sort of stable that seems to sell a variety of monstrous and mythical creatures. And then some other areas kind of beyond, all nestled around this kind of fountain that kind of spews like a golden liquid.
This place looks fantastic.
It is. You just never know what you're going to see, though.
Yeah. And so, Yandere, since you're there, you obviously see the Starfall elixirs, the Whispering Tomes, Arya's enchanted instruments, Lumina's trinkets, then the Dreamweaver's tapestry. Some of those are staples. They tend to be in the market fairly often. Some other places that you kind of spot, First time seeing this Rizara's Wondrous Seeds place. Never seen them before. But you also see the Astral Menagerie. You see the Crystal Gardens and the Cosmic Forge. You don't see that building, but you can see the telltale kind of intake of what looks like stardust being kind of sucked into a negative funnel that leads you to know that Ignis is over there doing his thing.
So, where do you want to go first?
I want a hot prairie dog.
I'm sure we can do
Okay.
that.
Yep. And for a couple coppers, you get, piled high with chili with some kind of mystery meat in it and mustard and onion or whatever else you want to top it with.
Caleb is looking for any type of rare metals to forge with.
Okay, so are you're gonna head to the trinket spots or are you gonna head to the Cosmic Forge?
I think the Cosmic Forge.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything?
I'd like to go to get some elixirs after I get a hot dog.
I would go there as well.
Probably shouldn't be completely separated, so.
I figured we'd go to the at least.
So we can let's go to the Cosmic Forge first, and then we can hit up the elixirs after. We'll just do it as a group. I'm sure Kelmec would like to see things at the Cosmic Forge as well, so.
Yeah, it is kind of an interesting place. So, as you make your way over to the Cosmic Forge, which, as you can see, seems to be a round, kind of donut-shaped building. There is kind of this large, kind of bright brass kind of ring that kind of is a roof, kind of covered in these kind of bright yellow and orange kind of like cloth walls to enclose the space. You see numerous racks of weapons, all looking relatively fantastical. In the center, you see this kind of large, almost kind of looks like a circular hearth, but in the middle is what looks like a giant sun. And from the air, that sort of cosmic dust is being siphoned from the air into that sun, burning, and then ash is just kind of trickling out the bottom of it into that large pit. And you see this massive 12-foot tall, kind of dark red skinned individual with horns, like an Ifrit, who would recognize it, who's in the process of sticking large billets of metal into the sun and then pulling stuff out and hammering on it. As you kind of enter, he kind of looks over. Welcome, welcome. I am Ignis, and feel free to peruse. Let me know if you're looking for something.
Thank you. I was actually curious if what kind of metals you guys are working with in this book.
Aluminum.
He kind of thinks for a second. Ah, metals. Well, I travel mostly throughout the plains, all over the place. City of Brass, quite a bit. A variety. Was there something in particular you were looking to get forged?
Not in particular to get forward, but I do have a friend of mine who I would like to get them a rare metal for them to forge something that I think that they would enjoy. Uh, what type of rare metals do you have that I might be able to purchase from
Hmm. Well, let me show you what I might have. Just as a general look, you don't need any in a particular quantity.
you? No, not at the moment.
All right.
And then he kind of goes and opens up a little bit of a chest, kind of is kind of unpacking some stuff, looking as though he's kind of collecting a little bit of samples from each of his collections, and then uh, kind of bringing those over, kind of wrapped in a kind of a large, like blue leather tarp kind of thing. Um, and then kind of goes and lays them out, kind of separates them a little bit.
Well, these are perhaps the ones that I am most interested in selling. We have your traditional dragon scale leather, mithril, and he starts kind of setting those across. Uh, Sunstone, shadow steel, that sort of thing. Um, but perhaps a few other things you might be interested in.
Um, yeah, and this thing seems to kind of run the gambit. He kind of points out and shows you the billets for Stardust Steel, Dragon Scale Leather, Void Crystal, so then some Mithril, Obsidian Glass, which you would think is just obsidian, but this actually looks a little different than regular obsidian, as if it's refined in some way. Then he says he has something called Soul Wood, Bloodstone, Ice Iron, which is not the same thing as Cold Iron, Thunder Ore, Sunstone, Moon Silver, Ethereal Silk. Uh, then he seems to also have Phoenix Feathers, if that's something you're interested in. Shadow Steel, Crystal Steel, Star Forged Iron, uh, Volcanic Glass, which is also not obsidian. It's something different. This actually looks to be kind of a somewhat see-through piece of metal that has veining somewhat like lava, and you do actually seem as though it's almost as if it's a crystallized form of flowing lava. It's really weird. Elder tree bark, deep sea coral, and mystic amber.
I know. Clip this whole clip here, and then look back over that later on to remember what he said.
Yeah. The the lava like one. I would like to look at that
The
one.
volcanic glass,
Yes. And then the soul stone, I think it was.
soulwood.
Soulwood. I would like to take a look at those two.
Okay. I specifically he kind of explains.
Ah, excellent choices. Volcanic glass. It's quite interesting. We create it in the elemental plane of fire. Uh, it can be difficult to get your hands on, mostly because there's not really a market for it, if I have to be really honest. But basically, weapons forged of this consistently radiate heat and can burn uh, along with its edge. Another thing, too, is it has a tendency to bolster the courage of those who wear it, keeping the icy touch of fear at bay. In essence, it does 1d6 extra points fire damage, and makes you and any wielder while it's holding it, you're immune to the frightened condition or to fear effects. So useful. Then kind of moving over to Soulwood. This looks like a kind of almost kind of a bleached bone wood that has some spalting in a very kind of bright crimson. Um, he goes, this. Well, this one's a weird one. Uh, I managed to pick this up from a traveling astral merchant myself, so I'm not entirely sure where he got it. But I have a few limbs. From what I understand, um, this weapons and armor, or trinkets, or whatever you forge it with, has a tendency to repair itself of any damage it takes. In addition to uh, being very easy to keep an edge, it's also been told that if crafted into different kinds of armor, uh, it can actually grant a bit of a healing effect when one is near death.
And how much would the soul would be?
Well, I suppose would kind of depend on how much you're looking to buy. Do you need enough just for like a trinket, or are you looking to have a weapon forged with it?
How much for a weapon?
Well, if you're using it perhaps as a stave or haft for a javelin, I could let it go for perhaps 1,000 gold.
Okay.
I suppose, though, if you have some patience, one interesting little tidbit about this wood is that it will grow in the presence of blood, so I suppose if you only really wanted a cutting and perhaps wanted to attempt to grow some yourself, might be a nice project if you wanted to take a century or so to grow a tree.
Okay. And
Yeah, you just picked up on that, didn't you?
no, I have to check. Um, how much would it be for the trinket thing? And then with the volcanic one, how much would that be for them?
If you need just a little bit to cut some kind of a trinket, I'd say about 250 gold would be enough.
And
I
that
would
would
warn
still
you,
grow,
though,
correct?
it'll still grow. Uh, I would caution you, though, that if you wanted to make anything out of it, takes a very deft hand. Some real skill in order to carve it, so you'd need a real master of the skill. But very least, if you just grow it and then sell it off some later.
Right. And then what about the volcanic one? How much
The
would that be
volcanic glass.
to create a weapon?
I could let that go for about 500 gold per pound.
All right. And how much would DM? How much would I require to create a weapon out of that?
It depends on the weapon. I mean, you have access to the player's handbook that lists all the kinds of weapons. What kind of weapon were you thinking of? I mean, you wouldn't need all of it to be that, um, but I'd probably say maybe half the material. So, like, what were you thinking?
I don't. I didn't have any actual purpose with it. This is the one I was going to give to the fire elements.
Okay, so long sword says it's about 3 pounds. So, I mean, if you took like a pound, then that would at least allow you to like put an edge on the sword. The big problem would be is if you're going to create something large like a great axe or a great sword.
Then I would do the 1 pound for the long sword. So I would do the 1 pound plus I would do 250 for the wood.
All right. I have to admit, it's not every day that someone comes to just buy some of my material and not have something for it, but I'll take the coin wherever I can.
I appreciate it.
What is this dragon scale leather you have?
It's leather made from dragon scales.
What does it do? Is it just leather?
Oh, no. It's quite tough and flexible, as you know. Not easy to create. It's often uh, used by people who have issues with metal. You know, sometimes the alkalinity of metal can give people it causes them to chafe or whatever. But primarily, resistance of the dragon's breath uh, is a factor. So, and he kind of reaches over and it's like, if you take a red dragon, then fire, and black dragon, acid,
Andre, like,
white dragon.
as he's going through, he's wearing dragon scale half mail. And so he's just kind of like, oh no, I understand that. I was just trying to see like how good this dragon scale leather is. So out of character, he's basically just trying to see like what's like the armor class. Like, would it be as effective as a dragon scale mail, or is it just genuinely?
Yeah, so he brought out stuff that is like, that's just the leather. So like what your armor is made of. You would have to buy this leather and then go have someone craft something out of it.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, if I were to craft it, it would just be dragon scale leather armor. Like, it'd be,
Yep.
Okay. So the max bonus is probably like 2. Okay. You can tell that Yandre's like, he's asking these questions because he's trying to find something that's a little more durable without losing like a lot of his effectiveness. But the AC 20 is really not doing anything at higher levels. They're going to hit me anyway. So he's trying to find something that's a little more mobile, I guess you could say. Medium armor that would allow me to not have a failing death, like stealth. So I guess, is there any material here that would allot for that? Because you went through an entire list and I was trying to figure out what they were.
Yeah, so as you kind of explain,
If that's what you're looking for, I don't suppose. Yeah, ethereal silk, because that would just be less armor. If you're looking for something similarly stout, then I would imagine armor forged of shadow steel would probably be your best bet.
Shadow steel.
Indeed. It allows shadows to, well, more specifically, it absorbs, be it light or sound. So when you go to skulk around a little bit, it can help you out in that regard, mechanically giving you advantage on stealth checks.
Interesting. And do you forge these armors or weapons with it?
Indeed. It would take some time, but if you're looking for something in shadow steel, that's one of the metals I usually keep in stock, so I might have something for you.
So how much would it cost for shadow steel armor?
What kind of armor are you looking for? If I bring up the arms and equipment.
Something medium in size, maybe like a male or
Female.
I listen, both would work for me. Either way.
Well, as nice as shadow steel is, it would seem scale or half plate would kind of defeat the point. I know I have a chain shirt in stock. And I might have a breastplate. I might. Would either of those interest you?
Sorry, I'm looking because I have to understand.
Yeah, chain
That's-
shirt is 13 plus dex, breastplate is 14 plus dex.
And male is.
The chain shirt is
No,
13
I'm
plus
trying
dex.
because I'm comparing it to what I
Chainmail
have.
is
Oh.
16, I think.
Yeah.
But chainmail's
Uh,
heavy, isn't it? No, that's scale.
Yeah. Yeah, chainmail is heavy.
Scale,
Scale is medium.
and it's like 15. So I mean, I'm going to go down 1 to 14. So which one was that?
Yeah, so you've got scale now. So you would go from 14 plus dex to 13 plus dex. But there are a couple different benefits to that, though. First off, you would go down a 1 on your AC, but you would lose a disadvantage on stealth. The other thing is, a chain shirt is light enough to be worn under clothing. So you can conceal that armor as well, if that matters.
Yeah, I think I'm willing to do that. So it would be a chain shirt. So how much for a chain shirt?
Forged of Shadow Steel. Let me see. How many does he have in stock?
1795 plus shipping and handling.
He kind of looks at it and goes, well, we do have a few in stock, and they haven't really been selling all that well.
The mutiny is not going the way we thought it would.
I suppose I could let it go for 1,500 gold.
What if I were to buy 2?
Then I would sell 2 for 2,500. That's 500 gold off.
Can you do 2250?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Ew, because I'm so good at those.
your inner bard was.
The DC is based on his disposition, so. I don't know, what did you roll?
Natural 1.
Natural 20. But total is
For
20.
a total of 21.
I have plus 1 to persuasion.
Woo!
Yeah. He kind of sits there, he's looking at you, going, well, your friend helped me make some easy gold today, and it's just overstock, so sure, I'd let it go for 2,250.
Great.
And to be clear, that's 2,250 gold coins.
Not a lot of
Well,
money.
it's going to be 1,800 gold coins and then 450 frost gold.
That's fine. I just, with all due respect, I've done too much business with you Eladrin here in the Fae to, when I say 2,250, I didn't want you assuming
Silver.
22 gold.
That is funny. But
The hell of a discount.
I made it a point to be fair. So yes, it will be 2,250 worth of gold to you.
All right. Then we're good.
And is that already in?
Nope.
Stuff? Okay.
And that's because I randomly rolled what vendors were here. So it's like, who is here?
So what's going to end up happening is Yandre is going to get one of them, and then Volred will get the other. Because I realize Volred has not had an armor upgrade ever.
Is it chain shirt light armor?
Oh,
It's
he only
medium.
light? It's medium. Can he not do medium?
He's a rogue. He can't use medium.
Oh, he can't do light. Never mind. So, or he can't do medium. So never mind. It would be useless for me to do that. Is there light shadow steel armor that would work? And does that change your price?
Studded shadow steel
I
leather
have
armor.
studded leather. I have been upgraded once.
That's true. You have been upgraded once. I'm just trying to give him something a little more than just studded leather. But I think that's the most you can get as light.
I got you.
Highest base.
I mean, that's all leather though.
Or is there potential for like a +1?
You could do like studded leather that has a benefit that shadow steel studs might give it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he could create some armor out of ethereal silk, which does allow you to become ethereal for 1 minute every day.
Yeah, because we want.
Which would be useful, because that means you could also, like, walk through walls and shit. Yeah, so there is that.
Well, what would be the differential in cost? Would that be more expensive or would that be less expensive?
We would say that would probably be the same cost, because it does give you ethereal. Hmm. Yeah, because the actual cost of the armor doesn't really mean anything unless it's plate. So.
Okay, so same cost.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the turnaround time frame for that to be made, because keep in mind you guys disappear and take off in different places at dawn. So is this going to be one of those things where we have to wait a couple of days and it'll be shipped to me, or is it going to be something that'll be done before the shifting markets shifts?
Oh, you're talking about me creating the silk armor?
Yeah. Or do you already have it in stock?
No, I don't have that one in stock, but that won't really be a problem.
Kind of is looking over and pointing at Volred.
He's the one that's going to wear it?
Yes.
Any particular style you care for?
Fashionable.
Something similar to what you're wearing?
Black and red with gold filigree.
BDSM.
Potentially.
How about black and gray with silver filigree? Because
For
I
a
mean,
discount.
the material is what the material is.
Then why are you giving me options?
I was asking more about the cut and style of it, not the
Then
color.
why did you ask what color?
That would work. Yes, because that can be put under other clothing, correct?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, we'll take.
Probably wouldn't be most comfortable, but
Does it come with a warranty?
well, no.
So it's bad product? You intend to send me a product that would fail?
No. What I would say is it will do the job that I tell it to do, but I don't want you running out and getting in trouble and getting yourself killed and doing something that would.
So I'll get
If
killed
you
in your
damage.
product.
And now he's kind of looking back over at you, Yandere, and goes,
And I thought you guys were so agreeable.
Hey, I'm still willing to give you the money. I just.
Yeah.
We'll
Do
take
you want the armor or not?
We'll take it. We'll take it.
okay. He kind of gathers up the silk, sets it on the anvil, grabs a hammer, and it's like staring at you, Volred, lifts the hammer, drops it down. You see a giant spark of light. The silk kind of shifts and molds, and then a folded suit of armor appears on the anvil. He sets the hammer down, picks it up, hands it off to you.
If he hits it twice, would it then get a warranty? Or is it just like a one-strike deal?
Thank you.
So, Did you need anything else?
Oh yeah, the shadow steel.
Oh, and he kind of goes back, opens up a crate, pulls out one, and hands it to you.
Does this get any trade value?
Your current armor?
Well, yes, it's dragon.
Uh,
It's like what you're selling on the other stuff, just with a blue dragon.
Yeah, let's see. Normally, the retail price on it is 5,000, but I could give you half.
So essentially, we're just trading it for the cost of what you were going to give me.
If that's what you want to do, sure.
Well, no, because then I would still be owed 250. So I will give you the dragon scale armor, and then you give me 250 back.
Fine, we can do that.
Great.
Strips in the middle of the marketplace.
There are no rules here.
I get to keep my money, which is great because I was about to be broke.
What is this item I'm
Yep.
adding?
It's not made yet.
Yeah, I'll have to add it. I'm making a note of it right now.
It'll be 4 weeks.
Well, you said it was done.
Well, the DM doesn't have it in the game yet.
You know what?
Get
I'm
into a fight
starting
right now.
to regret wanting you back.
What if we get into a fight right now?
I'm starting to remember a time not that long ago when people fucked with me less on the string.
Listen, this is a... You're just gonna have to deal with it, okay?
It's a low standard.
Oh, I
to
know.
set.
Glad to have you back.
I'm gonna keep my dragon scale mail on until you add that other item because I'm not just gonna go without
Naked.
a armor.
That's fine.
Okay.
And he hands you back, I guess at this point it would be 25 kind of octagonal platinum coins.
Why would he do that? I just keep my money and he would give me. Is that the 250?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Never mind. Good.
Yeah.
Love it. Thank you.
I have some things that I was going to ask about, but I feel like we should take a quick break. And I'll just message you what I think and give you time to think of them, so I'm not just
Okay.
blurting them out.
All right, fair enough. So then, yeah, I guess we should go ahead and go to break. So we'll see you guys in 15 for what is
See you in
shaping up to
20.
be another shopping episode. Been a while since we've done one of those.
And then murder. Break time!
right, guys, welcome back. Quick point of order. I forgot to tell you guys earlier, that boon that you guys got, it is in, I have it in D&D Beyond already. Did before the start of the game, so you guys can add that at any time. Also, your chain shirt has been added, Yandere, and the studded leather for Volred has been added.
Add
So-
a boon.
Is it just in, or did you add it to my character already?
I have not added it to your character. Because it seems some weird shit happens with y'all's inventories if we're editing it at the same time. So, wanted to avoid that. Okay.
Oh, that dropped me by 2 instead of just 1, but
What's your dex score?
2.
Oh, that's weird. Was the dragon mail a +1 armor?
No, but it did say, I noticed whenever you guys were talking, it said armor class 15.
Chain
So that's
shirt.
why I said that's why I said 14 whenever I was saying -1, but then you said 13, and I was like, maybe I was wrong.
Let's see. Yes, Dragon Scale Mail is a +1.
It's inherently a +1 then.
So I lost 2 out of that. Okay, well, I'll just video.
Okay. All right. Now that although I may amend that, Yandere, just because of the cost.
Okay.
Because yeah, I will probably amend that. So yeah, include. I'll have that updated because I factored the price based on that idea. So that, I guess you would just say, is a mess up on my part.
Okay.
Okay. So now that we have all of that done, yes, and then Izal talks to Ignis. Hot GF Battle Axe gets a new rune. This one seems to be like a mixture of silver and purple. Calum, you kind of watch as like a central rune comes, and then like some more magical writing kind of encircles it before, and then kind of burst up in light and then fade back a little bit, but the rune is still visible, just not glowing. And from what you can tell of your studies on the runes and arcane geometry, this one seems to have a meaning similar to force.
That seems interesting.
Mm.
Can I tell me what it does based off of just looking at it?
No, you would probably need to either spend some time with it or cast Identify.
Then I'm good.
Okay. Alrighty then. So, once that is done, was there anything else that you guys were wanting to do? Because so you guys did that, and then so you guys went to the Cosmic Forge. The other places you guys saw were Crystal Gardens. Yeah, Crystal Gardens, the Astral Menagerie, and Rizara's Wondrous Seeds. Did you guys wanted to hit up any of those places, or?
Just before we left the elixirs place, did any of the elixirs places have like elixirs of invisibility, perchance?
Right, right. You guys did say you were going to.
If they had them, it'd save some spell slot levels, so that I think that'd be pretty handy.
Yeah, they do have some potions of invisibility. The issue is that they are kind of pricey. They run about. They'll run you 2,000 gold apiece.
That's a lot of money.
That's a,
Wow,
It is.
Volred said that. That's got to be true then.
I mean, I don't know that Volred would even pay 2,000 gold for a bottle of wine.
Liar.
Like, well, what kind of wine are we talking here?
well, Keandre would just walk out because he's like, come
Yeah,
on,
they're like, yeah, sticker shock.
Oh, it's on the top shelf. That explains it.
Yeah.
Eric, I will also.
The big difference is these potions last for 1 hour.
Eric, I'm also going to, if Ignis will accept it, one of my adamantine coins with it.
Yeah, and I will say he seems quite interested when you pay with that currency, as he remarks he definitely can tell it's adamantium, and it is not a currency he has been given before.
Excellent.
And so
It's
he hopes
it's probably thousands of years old compared to what his experience is.
I mean, he's an Ifrit, so. But he wishes you well with your very special enchantment, and says if you guys ever, come across one another, he'd like to know how it works, for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else you guys wanted?
No, I'm good.
I think I'm good. All right. Yeah, no, I don't have the money to spend it.
Okay. What were you gonna ask?
I was gonna go and find if there were any rare seeds that I possibly haven't seen in the grove.
Oh, from the seed place?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, numerous. They tell you that she's got seeds for something called blinking blossoms, which allow you to teleport between trees via tree stride, kind of like your own plant-based gate-type spell stuff. But you have to be careful because the teleportation activates, like once the trees are full grown, they activate as soon as you touch the tree. So you do have to be careful for that. Also, something called Guardian Oak, which basically will eventually grow a treant under your control. And then a variety of other things. But all of it seems to be really fantastical.
And what are the price ranges of these seeds?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of like Ben. It's all over the place. I mean, although Ben, all his power levels were all over the place with a consistent price, but her pricing is kind of all over the place. Is there a particular kind of seed you're looking for?
Not in particular. Just something that I know that she doesn't have. So let's do the tree striding one. How much is that one?
So they come in pairs,
Pairs, yeah.
and so it's 150 gold per pair. And
how
so
much?
you'll well, it's not really a pair. It's a large kind of a dual seed, and you'll pull the seed in half and then plant the two pieces elsewhere.
Gotcha. And how much is the The Trent one?
That one, she's selling for 50 gold. She said one of the main reasons is because it can take, almost, 25 years before the treant is awakens. So it takes a bit of time.
And how do you come about multiplying the seed? Does it multiply itself, or
Depends on the plant, but yeah, most of them, once they kind of get past their initial growth cycle, so they become fully mature, they'll start producing seed.
we'll buy 4 of those? The
For
Trent
what?
ones. I'm gonna buy 4 of the Trent ones if she has.
Okay. All right.
Izal writes information in her journal this time. That way she's trying to be less surprised next time she doesn't remember shit.
Yep. So she's got numerous seeds, but yeah, I mean lots of stuff that you can use, and basically from what she tells you, all of them grant some kind of magical ability.
Any of them that I would find personally to help anybody in the party soon, not 20 years down the line.
Patience.
I mean, there's all kinds of weird stuff, but one thing she will say is like, since you spent some money, she's going to give you a random seed. And so
This one's a suppository.
We do everything random here in the Feywild. That one. See, 21. What is that?
This one, when ground up and put into
Aha!
a tea.
She gives you this. It looks like a glass orb. It's like a flask, and a little orb flask with a stopper in top. There's a little bit of soil in it, and then a mushroom that is kind of gray with a blue kind of cap with purple spotting. She tells you this is a mystic mushroom. She says it produces spores and will replicate itself if it has grass that's kind of infused with some magic. But when you eat it, it automatically gives you the effects of detect magic for an hour.
You see shit.
I definitely like that.
Yep. And that's your free gift.
And you said it will spore itself, so you take that.
Yeah, if you transplant the mushroom kind of into a place with more room.
Okay. Thank you for that.
If you make like a whole mushroom stew out of it.
I mean,
so that'll be the end of my shopping.
yeah, and then just things that you think would be particularly helpful. Yeah, she sells some seeds for something called Everdream Lotus, and she does actually have some of the actual plant with her. If you consume the actual lotus flower, it grants you essentially 8 hours of rest in 1 hour. If you just kind of consume it over a short rest, it will give you the benefits of a long rest.
How much for the flower and how much for the seed?
For these seeds, 250 gold. The lotus takes a little bit to grow, about 1 year to fully bloom, and one seed produces one lotus. But over time, because it's a bulb type plant, so it will kind of reproduce itself over time if planted in proper soil. But the actual like flower, she'll probably sell that for say 500 gold. And she's got just one of those. So
buy, but
okay, you'll buy both. Another thing, she shows you another little terrarium type thing. This one has an orchid in it. That's kind of a pale gray color, like bone color. That's partially see-through. This one is a ghost orchid. She does not have seeds for this one, but she says this one, if kept in the right conditions, will bear seeds soon. Ghost orchids, if you pluck the flower and sprinkle the pollen on yourself, it will give you invisibility for 1 minute.
Raider or regular?
Regular invisibility.
Okay.
I
think in terms of what we're going for, I'm going to stick with what I have.
Yeah. Then there's stone skin moss, which grants you resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing for 10 minutes. Trying to see what else might be interesting for you guys. Golden clover.
Probably super expensive.
Golden clover essentially gives you a luck point to allow you to reroll the die. Life leaf, which grants you advantage on death saving throws for an hour. You know, just in case you need that for some reason. Let's see. Yeah, some of them just kind of go all over the place. But yeah, all kinds of stuff there. She goes, I don't come here very often. And she just kind of hands you a pamphlet. This is my catalog. Unfortunately, though, since I travel around a lot, shipping can be a bitch. But if you ever absolutely need something, we can find a way to get it there.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And can you give me the name of the seed and flower that I got, the latest one? The one,
So the Everdream Lotus is the one that gives you the 8 hours of rest in just 1 hour. Was that the one you needed?
yes. I got the rest.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And now I'm good.
My pleasure. All right. Anything else you guys wanted to do before you guys depart? All right. So, as the sun appears to be kind of starting to reach its kind of sunset, you guys make your way out of the shifting market for fear of not knowing what exactly will happen if you remain. From where you guys are, Yandere, were you guys wanting to head up the coast into the forest and head east, or just head east along the south side of the Amber Forest?
Head east along the south side of the Amber Forest.
Okay. All right. And so you're not actually going to pass through the forest itself?
We would probably take cover in the forest for when we're going to rest, just right along the edge of like the tree lines. So we would be in the forest, just in the tree lines.
Yeah, looks like you would be right about there. Okay. So, you guys managed to make it to the eastern edge of that small little section of hills that separates the Sundown Shores from the Amber Forest. Heading just a little bit into the forest to make your camp. Are you guys setting up a watch? And if so, what's the order?
Caleb will be first.
Second.
I can go third. That's
Fifth.
fine.
Kelmac will go with Caleb.
Bora, do you want to go with Izal or with me?
I'll go with you.
And then Godwin will go with me.
Okay. Yeah, you guys actually get to double up. Okay. Calum or Kelmac? Who wants to roll their perception check first? Or who wants to roll the perception check for your time?
Caleb's probably better than Kelmac.
Yeah, I mean, Kelmac's only got a +5.
Then he could do it. I got a +2.
Okay, well then I'll go ahead and click her and let D&D Beyond roll it.
It's gonna be amazing.
9 + 5 is 14.
It's pretty good for him.
Yeah, pretty good for him. Okay. Let's see here. Your time passes without incident. Izal / Godwin, who wants to roll the perception?
Can we both roll? Because I don't know what Godwin's good at. I'm as good as Kelmac was.
Well, I can tell you his perception is +13. So
I still want us
I'm
both
just
to roll because I want to see if he rolls shit and I can roll good.
all right, fair enough.
Hey, 17. Roll less
24.
than... Oh, fuck. It's like, roll less than a 5, please.
Oh, yeah, let's see. If you'd have let him roll an advantage... Oh, my second roll would have been a 1.
Yay!
So, never mind.
It's all part of the plan, guys.
Yeah, so your time goes on a bit odd because you guys are kind of got this weird thing where you guys are actually taking turns, like really staking stuff out. So there's short bursts of conversation, followed by a bit of silence.
I heard a leave move. Let's go check it out.
Yeah, so you guys are staying kind of in high alert, and he's like, "Oh, wait, no, one moment." He's like flipping the glasses. No, it is some odd, fluffy squirrel, or perhaps a cat. I don't know, but it has sharp teeth.
If it gets any closer, we're gonna kill it.
No, never mind. It was taken by some kind of a giant bird. Oh, that giant bird landed in a tree, and the tree ate it. Well, I guess that really is just the cycle of life here.
I really don't
So
like it here.
odd. Oh, I suppose it's not that bad. I mean, I'm from the astral sea, where literally our very thoughts can materialize things, so this place is actually surprisingly consistent
Well, that was
compared to my home.
That was the flora eating the fauna. Like, on a large scale, that's crazy.
Well, yes, I suppose.
Alright.
But I guess it doesn't really matter. Very soon I'll be able to return to my homeland, if only when I sleep. Sleep. My lord, how long has it been since I've dreamed?
Is that why you're always... Does Godwin appear to be human, or does he appear to be something that's not human?
Yeah, it's very odd. He looks human. No, no pointy ears, but he does have kind of fair skin, kind of long, kind of white, silverish hair. You would think he's an elf, right? He kind of would look like an elf, but he doesn't have pointy ears. And his facial features aren't as elongated as elves are. But yeah, I guess you would just say he's a really pretty man.
He is. That's why we keep coming back.
Same. Out of character.
Yeah. But, so, and then your evening passes without any worry.
Some,
All right,
there's some worry.
Volren.
He's talking about dream worlds again.
Yes. Yandre / Volred. Which of you would like to roll the perception?
Me.
Are you sure?
I will also say, just pointing this out there, if Yandere decides to roll, he can have advantage because he knows this place.
I already have advantage, and I have a +10 to it. So if you want to roll, I'll let you roll. But I'm just throwing it out there.
I got a 19.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Going through, you can tell that like Yandre's just kind of like keeping an eye out, but like trying not to be obvious that he's keeping an eye out. But Volred, you actually sense something that Yandere did not. At least you can tell.
I have face sense too, so
that is true. And yes, you kind of sense to the north of where you guys are at. For an indeterminate distance, but it feels relatively close. You can all of a sudden you become aware of a powerful Fey essence.
I'm going to immediately tell Yandere.
Yeah, and you can start to smell like a fragrance in the air, almost kind of like perhaps like a perfume or something, mixed with what smells kind of like roasted meat.
Yandere, I smell a smelly smell.
That smells smelly.
That smells smelly, but mainly of perfume and smoked meat.
Perfume and smoked meat?
It's weird.
DM, would I know anything about this particular smell? Or anything?
Nope.
Can I, like, make sense with the Fae to try to understand more?
Sure. Roll a Fey sense.
21.
It's odd. There's a part of this that feels familiar to you, but you're not entirely sure where you felt it before.
Yandere, this is weird. I rolled very well, but the dungeon master won't tell me shit.
I'll say this. There is a part of your face sense that it almost kind of feels like this entity is kind of tugging at your face sense. How about that?
Whatever this entity is, tugging.
And it doesn't feel threatening.
At my face sense, but not in a threatening way.
Yandere still would not understand what's going on, but you said you said it's not threatening. Like, have you felt a threatening presence before?
Yes, I was killed. Of course I felt threatening presences.
Okay.
My family also hated me.
That's fair. Is it coming closer? I know you said it's kind of tugging at you, but like, do you know if it's getting closer to us or is it getting further?
1 second.
It's not getting closer. And it's
I'm not
odd.
Sensing it.
As you sit with a little bit longer, it feels like a mixture of an entity and a place.
Yandere, do you know anything that is both a location and a being?
All right,
Or like an entity and a place?
DM, I'm gonna need some help here if that is the case. If it's something I should know, then I'm going through notes, but I'm not seeing anything that would particularly stand out at this particular instance.
I mean, it just kind of sounds like perhaps an archfey is in his domain, and you happen to be on the edge of it. I will say that I have uh, specifically dropped on more than one occasion what archfey this is, but I don't know that it would be in your notes.
Now,
It would have been something that I shared during a game.
have you ever drank Bailey's from a shoe? Sorry, unrelated.
Bailey's?
It's a cream liqueur.
Cream and liquor?
Yes, it's quite delectable.
But doesn't cream curdle in liquor?
I am not a scientist, just a fond connoisseur of drinks.
Okay, well, yeah, DM, I'm not gonna lie, I don't have notes about whichever deity this is. Or archfey this is. Or at least not that I can remember right off the top of my head to do a quick search on. Wait, the Dancer of Falling Leaves?
Maybe she does live in the Amber.
Oh no, you said he, so I'm assuming that's incorrect.
That's true. I guess I did give you a hint.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I to be able to roleplay this out and still look through these notes because you gave me a
How about this? I'll let you roll a history, and I'll give you hints based on what you roll.
okay.
A duck.
And I guess if you roll high enough, I'll just tell you. But
Well, it's a 9.
Oh boy.
There is something about this that seems very familiar to you, and you distinctly recall, you believe you know this archfey. You've either met this archfey before, or it was someone you've always intended to visit. I mean, here's the truth. Are you guys going to plan to approach, or are you guys just going to ignore it? That's really the question here.
I mean, that's difficult for me to role play out because I don't know exactly what it is. But if it is something that I would have remembered in character, then I honestly probably would approach. It is just that I am going through 19 pages of notes trying to find which archfey this is.
Bitch, please. I gave you more than 19.
All right, well, the 19 section.
Pull out the Rolodex, Control F.
Well, yeah, again, it's even then, it's like I still have to be.
Because I kind of just exported that entire section of my OneNote to PDF and sent it over to him. Very light edits, so.
But yes, so I would say like if I'm familiar with him as a character, then I would go.
Okay. So, are you going to leave Volred within the dome and head off?
I would give Volred a choice. He could stay, or he could come with. I am not going to take away his autonomy.
I will go with to protect you.
Yeah, because I mean, Caleb's dome is like super impregnable. I mean, unless it burrows up from underneath.
Cannot be pregnated.
Okay. So, all right, you guys make your way out of Caleb's dome of sleepingness.
Caleb's condo.
Caleb's condo. It's a tiny little condo.
It's a timeshare, so that's why it's so small.
Caleb's co-op.
I don't even know that you could call it a studio.
In New York, this would go for a high price.
It's really more of a closet. There you go, Caleb's closet.
Hey, it's temperature controlled.
That and rent control too. So, and the really the energy bills are like really affordable. But you guys head northward, deeper into the Amber Wood, and you guys can start to see kind of in the distance between the tree cover some light that looks to be some kind of a building. Are you guys gonna approach it cautiously or?
I would say cautiously.
Okay. As you come near the building, you find what looks to be this weird kind of L-shaped building, kind of like a cottage that's been kind of ramshackly add on to, with numerous extensions that now don't make any sense. And you see several kind of bent and spiring chimneys that seem to bellow out different kinds of colored smoke. And it's got a small kind of a garden area that's been fenced off, completely out of place. And you see a sign hanging over by the door. But you can't make out the text or symbols on it from this distance.
I feel like you just described the Weasley Manor.
Well, it's not that tall, but yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, you're getting the idea.
Yonder would approach to at least get a good glimpse of the sign.
Okay. As you kind of move around to get a better sense of the sign, you can see as the sign kind of waves a little bit back and forth, catching the gilded lettering. You see Enchanted Nectar's Brewery.
So Ben. All right, got it.
Yeah. As it has been stated several times that Ben has a brewery near the Barony of the Winding Vines in the Amber Forest.
Let's get fucked up.
I would prefer we don't get fucked up before we go and get the horn. Now, if you want to purchase a nectar to get fucked up after, sure.
That was figurative.
Oh, sorry, I don't necessarily get that, especially when in high stress moments.
You could have just said it's because my alcohol abuse.
Well, it's not just your alcohol abuse, it's my inability to understand some of your prime lingo and statements and how they are directed towards current situations. Anyway, it's Ben. So, I mean, you wanted to go get another potion. This is an opportunity for you to get something cool. I will say it's probably inconvenient that the others are not going to be here because they'll probably be very upset whenever we realize that we found the place that Ben lives. But, I mean, we'll deal with that when we get there, I guess.
When it comes to the lingo, IYKYK, FRFR.
IYKYKFRFR.
Thieves can't.
I knocked your kid younger. Fuck around. Nope, that's an A. That's not. I'm not really sure how that worked out. What exactly are you trying to say?
For real, for real?
No, I know what it is.
I was curious.
I know what it is, but Yandere does not.
Yeah, he's probably like, what is it with you people in the prime and using just letters for things?
He said
Well, and
sub
we used
earlier.
We literally, yeah, I'm about to say, we literally just did sub and bus, and then I used Ben instead of brewer and enchanted nectar. So, like, I mean, I get it.
Yeah, but you didn't say, it's an SUBMARINE.
Let's go find some potions.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. So, you enter the brewery. Okay. As you go to push in, the door swings open. You're. You stand in kind of a horseshoe, kind of bullpen area, surrounded by high back or like really tall, um, kind of counters with display cases underneath, and bookshelves with rows upon rows upon rows of colored vials. Many are labeled, most are not. But after a brief moment, popping out from behind, you hear, "Oh, welcome. It's been a while since I've seen you and your group. You're, few light.
Ben,
Oh
Hello,
no,
Ben.
did someone happen to die while taking I will let you know. I assume no risk for these products myself.
I mean, well, I died, but not because of your nectar.
Ah, good. Good. Just making sure, for legal reasons. So, what can I do you for?
What sort of deals do you have for repeat customers?
Oh, well, you know the deal. But now that you're here in the shop, you have a couple options. You can continue to take my overstock deal, or you can browse my wares as normal. But know that if you browse them as normal, you must pay full price. But at least then you get to pick what it is you want.
Can we browse but then decide to take the overstock deal? Should we just feel lucky?
Of course, I don't mind. I will tone down gold. I would warn you, though, that I tend to bottle these things with whatever bottle I have on hand. So don't think that the appearance of the bottle will give you any clue as to what is what.
Okay.
So, what exactly is it you're looking for?
Something
Immortality.
destructive. Immortality. Why would you want to live forever?
I don't know, that just sounded cool. I mean, I've died before, you've died before, like, a couple of us have died before. Would you like to not die?
Well, no, dying is part of the cycle. Like, it's not something that's. Um, but why
What-
would
what's
you
a good
want to?
cost? It's all about the
Let's
price.
see here. I could have swore I have something of that nature. Slows down time perception. No. Here we go. Potion of everlasting youth. It's, well, everlasting. Asterisk. It lasts for a time, but, yeah, I suppose that will do.
It's not everlasting then.
Well, the main problem there is it restores you to a previous time. So, technically, if you continue to take it, it will be everlasting.
But doesn't it run out?
Well, I mean, eventually you'll run out of potion and you'll have to come back. It essentially resets your age, taking you back to the time when you first became a mature adult. De-aging serum, I suppose you could say.
Well, you should market it as that then. Like you should.
But it doesn't have quite the same punch as Elixir of Everlasting Youth, does it?
No, but it's not a lie.
What about invisibility?
Invisibility. Well, let's see here. Alright, if we're not going to do that...
Do you have? Yeah, after you're done with that, I have a question about like possibly putting like a whole castle worth of people asleep.
Carbon monoxide.
brew a Feywild camouflage, that would help out with your stealthiness. But let's see, elixir of ethereal form.
That might be helpful. It's not quite the same thing, though, is it? Nectar of Dimensional Shift. No, that's not what we're looking for. Illusory copies. Let us see. Shattered Fortune, incredible wealth for a short time. I assure you, the karmic backlash on that one is, well, you'll find out if you.
I like how it
Okay.
says in the description, short time. Like, it knows it's not going to last.
Well, let's see here. It doesn't look like I have anything explicitly. Oh, I do right here. Brew of Invisibility. It makes you invisible for a short duration. You know, I never really tried it. Not entirely sure how long it lasts, but I can get you a good deal on it.
At what cost?
Well, let's see here. I suppose I could let it go for, we'll say 150 gold.
But it hasn't been tested?
Well, the point is I'm not entirely sure how long the invisibility lasts.
Do you have to drink
Roll the dice, really.
Do you have to drink the whole potion to test it out, or does it one of those things where you could use it multiple times?
No, it's one single draft. But I do have a few of them, but there's honestly no way of knowing. They come through several different brewing cycles, so I can't claim that they'll all have the same duration. For OOC, basically, you're just going to roll a die, or I'm going to roll a die when you imbibe it, and that tells you how long it lasts, and you won't know.
And how many of these do you have?
I have 4, presently. So, yes. Let's see here. Also, for your other query, would the Brew of Deep Slumber help you out?
How many people does it impact?
Well, unfortunately, it only affects 1, but I could probably brew up some. Well, okay. That's fine. It imbibes a magical sleep, but it greatly improves your healing while asleep, which is kind of the important part.
What do you have that could incapacitate a whole room?
A whole room?
Fireball.
You have a potion that you drink and it causes a major storm over a certain area. I just thought you would at least have a potion that could take out a room.
I suppose that's true. Let's see here. Let's see. Moonshadow Tincture, Phase of... No, that's not what you're looking for. Anything... dazzling display of light? No. Ability to understand all languages? No. Let's see. Ooh, causes your magic to explode. Not a good idea. Temporarily boosts all of your abilities? No, not a good idea. Manipulate minor elemental forces, but I don't really think that's what you're looking for. Stardust Chalice, the ability to cast a single wish spell, not what you're looking for. Time reversal.
Wait, Ben.
Yes. What is it?
The one with the wish. What is that?
That's the Stardust Chalice. See? He puts it on and comes in like a little silver chalice with like glitter and stuff on it. It's got a very special bottle.
That's adorable, Ben. How much does that one cost?
Let's see. It is a single wish spell. This I got help with from a gen I know, so
40,000.
I suppose I could let it go for about 1,000 gold pieces.
Can we set that one off to the side, Ben? Let's just set that
Very well. He kind of sets that off to the side.
The look on Kilmo's face.
We're gonna keep talking.
Come on, it's like, why am I not there? Take my money.
We're gonna keep talking through this, Ben. Just put that one off to the side. Though,
All right.
keep going, Ben. What else do you have?
Let's see. We already talked about incredible luck for a short period of time.
You said that one
Protection.
has like bad karma. Should you imbibe it? Like later on, you get.
Well, yeah, the karmic backlash can be a bitch. I guess it just depends on what all you use the luck for. Allows temporarily shift between dimensions. No. Here we go. Potion of Elemental Discord. And he kind of pulls it out and sets it down. This wonderful little brew here, basically unleashes chaotic elemental forces in the vicinity by way of, a large number of elementals of varying elemental affinities.
And what is
One
the
note, though, they don't recognize friend from foe, so it's probably the kind of thing you might want to chuck a little bit.
As in, like, what is the vicinity, Ben?
Well, let's see here. Basically, it will summon a large number of elementals from the water. It's, acts as pulls for elemental planes. So about as many that can summon in that short period of time. And then they basically just kind of go until they die. Yeah.
What is the vicinity, Ben?
Well, I mean, they'll summon, I suppose, within, I say, about 10, 15 feet or so of the bottle. But then once they're summoned, they're free to go wherever they wish.
They just spread out, so you gotta chuck it pretty far.
Yes, because, they'll basically try to attack the very first thing they see. And,
Love that. How much does that go, Ben?
I could probably let that go for 500 gold.
Okay,
but I only have one in stock.
Yeah, put that off to the side, Ben.
Very well.
I know that there was a specific thing that the permanent ones. My friend that you met before, Azal, was really trying to get one of those with the overflow purchases. So, like, what kind of permanent ones do you have now, Ben?
So you're looking for something that isn't temporary, then?
Well, yeah. Obviously, I don't want to permanently summon elementals into a specific space. But other than that.
Well, I have Elixir of Fairy Glamour that magically transforms his or her appearance into one of enchanting allure.
She's already got that. What's next?
But how much?
That one, 250 gold.
Put that one to the side, Ben.
He starts sitting it to his side, and at this point, he's just like trying to slide his entire stock over to one side. He goes, let's see, Balm of Feywild Protection. It grants you enhanced resistance to curses and hexes that are of a magical nature. Let's see. Potion of Elemental Imbuement. If you pour it on an object, it imbues the object with elemental affinity. No way, really, of knowing how that will work out, though. Let's see here.
Then put that one off to the side.
Okay. And sets that off to the side. Let's see. Feywild Camouflage, Transnational Camouflage. Probably not, one thing that we want. Here we go. Potion of Serenity grants permanent resistance to fear and calming effects. Only to fear and calming effects, though. So I guess there's no way to calm them down once they get angry. I better hope your friend isn't a barbarian.
That's their only defense against me.
Here we go. Potion of Celestial Guidance enhances your wisdom such that, you are much better at wisdom. And then, of course, I have ones for different effects there. I have one Glimmering Fairy Wine, grants the ability to speak and understand all languages. Useful.
How much is that one?
Let's see. That particular one to speak and write all languages. 750 gold. I had to use Angel Tongue for that. Surprisingly difficult to get a hold of.
Is that just in the Fae, or does that in the Prime?
No, it's difficult to get a hold of anywhere. You generally have to capture an angel.
Well,
or a
exactly.
Deva.
Languages of the Fae and the Prime.
Oh, well, it really is so long as the language isn't. Well, it's all languages. I'm not aware of one. Perhaps there is a secret language that it doesn't exist, but as far as I'm aware, any main language, obviously it won't work on Supernal, because you're just a little mortal creature, and Supernal would simply melt your brain. So there's that. Let's see here. There is also Balm of Elemental Warding. If she would bathe with this, she might get or she'll get a resistance to some type of elemental damage. Let's see. Brew of Wild Empathy makes you better at handable with animals and general nature.
I
I've
have
got
that one.
ones.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, there's just so much. What is it you're looking for?
Oh no,
Ooh,
we were just.
this one might be interesting. Potion of the Dreamwalker grants the ability to enter and manipulate dreams. Is that useful?
We can put that off to the side.
Yes. Okay. Let's set it off to the side. That's of course just how all of you work. Potion of Arcane Insight increases your intelligence.
We can give that to Kelmac.
It's not permanent, but Gossamer Wing Tonic basically gives you fairy wings for a short period of time, allowing you to fly. Elixir of Enchanted Strength. You think she might like that? Oh, but that's a temporary. Oh, but I could, I'm sure I have one that is permanent. Yeah, all kinds of things. I would simply, of course, need to know what it is she'd want.
Well, we were just kind of perusing the permanent ones, so I think you've done a good job, Ben.
Here's another one. Yeah, Elixir of Elemental Cataclysm. I knew I had one of those. Unleashes a devastating elemental explosion. That's just my notes. I also have a note here saying do not sell, but I don't remember making this one, so
You already sold one.
whatever.
I think you've already sold.
Bullred has one of those.
Of what?
The Elemental Cataclysm one?
The one that
Wait,
caused
Let's see. Brew of Feywild Containment temporarily
didn't buy
seals
that
magical
one.
anomalies.
Is there the Elemental Storm one then?
I
Probably.
have the Sorry, looking.
I know you
We
mentioned it.
didn't. He did, but we didn't buy the crazy one because it just sounded like way too like.
The area was like
you guys were
300
like, what would we do with that?
The area is like 300 feet or something. Like, what are we gonna do with this shit?
You got
Catapult.
Fey Storms. Brew of Feywild Storms is what you have. Go ahead.
Why can't I find it?
It is.
Oh, I see it now.
Because you take more
Yeah.
notes than us, so it's buried a lot higher up.
Red, did you see or hear anything that you wanted other than the stuff that we put off to the side?
I have my stock.
Do you have anything that would immediately kill a god?
Can't say I have anything like that. Killing gods, that's dangerous business.
Ooh. What about a how should I put this? I don't want to say the exact term. A Cade of Chevelle.
Aid of Chevelle.
Or all the Cades.
I can't say I understand anything of what you're talking.
So maybe something that doesn't kill a god, but it could kind of like kill all their followers. That sounds really bad. Never mind.
You mean like poison?
No, I feel like my request might be a little bit too.
Because I could give you something that gives you immunity or resistance to poison. I mean, I've got that.
I think, hey, Ford, sidebar. Can I see you back here for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we can take the elemental summoning one and toss that at the Shade of Cavail and let him deal with all of that while we watch. I think we can use the wish one for me to just wish the head back onto. I can't say it here because I don't know what the problem is.
Okay, but can I see you back here?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I think that's a good idea. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So we should probably make out with what we have right now.
You want to kiss?
No.
Oh, okay, cool. That sounded really weird. You said you wanted to make it. Can I see you back here?
Yeah.
Sorry, I misunderstood you. That was a little awkward. Do we have enough money for this stuff?
So I have about 2,600 gold on hand. Without the dream walking one, it was about 2,500. So I think we can do this if we split the cost.
Okay.
Fairy flight. I knew I had one. Yes. Grants the ability to fly with ethereal fairy wings.
Hey,
How much?
Put to the side.
How much? You gotta give. If we've put a lot to the side, you gotta put half cost on that one. We're like spending some coin here.
Well, you haven't spent anything yet.
Yeah, but
We'll
we're going
have
to
decide. Well,
Take
you know, all my
potion of
prices
faith
are subject
in
to change, so.
Let's not.
Okay,
Hold
sorry.
on. Yeah, he's
what's
getting
the
a little loud. Can I see you back here real quick? Just.
Yes,
Okay.
besides, if you need more money, you can run to the bank right quick and come back.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Can we revisit the fact that we should just get what we have right now and then go back? We should just get this stuff now and go.
Oh, okay.
They're just going the edge of the hut, but farther back.
You're,
You're almost
back
you're almost back to where you started. Real
just
quick,
gonna
just
get
back
there
here.
now,
Okay.
and then we're just gonna go.
Okay, but you have to take all the notes here because I only paid attention to the one that makes me charming.
Oh, I didn't take that one and put. I mean, you put it off to the side. I didn't really count that one. So this is what I have. I have the one that gives you the wish, the elemental summoning one, the one that gives you elemental affinity, meaning if you pour something on it, like you put it on like a weapon or something, it gives it like elemental powers to it. We don't know what element it is. The one that helps you understand all languages, except for the whatever that other one is, and then the dream walking one, which is the one I did not get the price for.
Okay. So
Don't forget, your friend set aside the one that gives you a captivating and enchanting appearance.
Well, but what is
That's
that?
what I was talking about.
How much is that? And how much is the dream walking one?
That's the elixir of fairy glamour. That one I could let go for 500 gold pieces.
You said the fairy glamour was 250 gold because that was the one that I did actually remember.
But I did say all my prices were subject to change.
That's why we gotta get this stuff now while we can.
Okay. Well, what's our total?
The prices go up because they're in high demand.
He kind of looks at it and goes, a lot.
It's 3,000 gold without the one that the dream walking one.
So let's see. Which one do you want? First up, I believe the most expensive one was the Stardust Chalice.
That one was 1,000 gold.
Yes, and I will keep that price the way it is. And
elemental summon was 500.
yes, not the elemental cataclysm, just the elemental summoning.
Correct. The elemental
not elemental amplification, elemental chaos, elemental ascendance, elemental infusion, elemental rebirth. Ooh, you probably don't want to take that one.
No, we want the elemental affinity one, which was 250. And then the understand all languages one, which was 750.
So much. No, I really should.
You have yet to give me the price for the dream walking one, though. You know what? Forget the dream walking one. It's too much hassle.
I guess. Potion of elemental
affinity. No, that's the one of the chosen elemental type. You wanted the random one, right?
You had one that, yes, the random one. The random one is fine.
Okay.
Yandre.
Yeah.
After we do this, if I have more money, I want to see what the overstock deal is.
Yes, I just need to get the ones that he has
Yes,
on his
yes,
desk right now in my hand because he keeps changing the
Yeah,
price.
no, I know.
I really care about the wish one. I don't really give a fuck about the other stuff. He's doing this stuff now to keep realizing, so I'm just gonna let him do it.
Congrats.
Right. So, Stardust Chalice.
Ben, I'm just gonna go ahead and slide you the 1,000 sun coins here for the Stardust Chalice, and I'm just gonna go ahead and put that in my pocket. Thank you very much.
Very well. He kind of hands that off.
Love it.
Yes, okay, so that's good. So what next? Yes, so unleashes chaotic elemental for the potion of elemental discord. Yes. So let's see here. What exactly are you planning on using this one for? You just want to fight elementals, or?
It's so chaos.
I got this. I like to slay Adak.
What is an Adak?
It's sort of like a Yandre, what do you have Adak here in the Fae?
Don't, but it's a so Ben. Volred here is a domesticated
Slaughter.
wolf from the Prime.
Yes,
Very similar to the fauna that the. I'm trying to think of how to say this because the previous Lord of the Hunt used to have as like a symbol with the horns and was on all fours and furry and has a neck and like super long neck and then like the face that protrudes out. It's very similar to that, but that's in the.
You mean a deer?
I didn't know
Well,
how familiar you were with the Prime, but yes, it's very similar.
They killed my brother.
the deer?
The Kadish
Sorry.
Veil.
But yes, yeah, so chaos, kill fauna, that kind of thing.
I see. That sounds tragic. Sorry about your family. So, potion of elemental discord. So what do we just say on that? 4,000? No, that
Nope,
seems
you
too
said
high.
500.
500? I suppose that sounds about right. Why not? YOLO!
Okay.
I'll give the 500 right now.
Yeah, just we'll slide that 500 sun coin across the desk and pocket that one too. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then let's see here. Potion of elemental imbuement. That imbues an object with elemental energy. What did we say about that one? 750?
250.
200?
Yes.
It's a little light.
You said 250. The understand all languages was 750.
Ah, yes, you must be right there. Let's see here. Two Israel languages. I really need to
Yandre,
get me.
Yandre, give him the 250 for the imbuement.
I got it. I put the 250 on the desk and I just pull that potion off too.
Okay. Yes, the fairy wine. Yeah, 750 for fairy wine. I suppose that's fine.
That's the one that makes you glamour, right?
No, that's the one that allows you to speak all languages. Or read and speak all languages.
Yes.
Yep, correct.
Well, speak and understand all. You know what I'm saying.
Solid. That was correct. You're right.
The fairy glamour was 250, which here you go.
Am I also paying for the fairy wine one?
Well, the fairy wine one, that was the language one, right?
Yes.
I paid for that one.
You paid the 750 plus the 250 for the other one?
I paid 500 for the elemental discord and the 750 for this one. You paid the 1,000 and the 250.
Yes.
And I'm about to pay 250 for the very glamorous one.
Yep, got it. Cool. Love it.
Right, so you guys did want to pick up the fairy wine for languages for 750.
Yes, I
Okay.
paid that.
Okay. And then we have the elixir of fairy glamour for 250.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. But was there anything else?
Oh, your surplus. Now that we have the other ones in pocket.
Yes. Well, you remember the rules here. For a paltry 150 coins, I will draw 3 random objects from my inventory. I will tell you what 2 of them does, though I won't tell you which they'll belong to, and then you may pick.
That was for 150 per turn
Per
of
potion.
3.
Yeah.
I would like to do this
30 times.
4 times.
Hey,
Wait, don't you do the 2 and then you get a third one free?
Yes.
It depends.
Yes.
It's based off money spent.
So
Okay.
for
Oh, we just yeah.
so what sort of deal? Let's say I want to give you 600 more gold, like right now.
How about this?
Does Ben need
For the
money?
others.
Is he like struggling? What is his deal? I'm not there, but I'm very curious now. He's a
He's
terrible,
just saying,
terrible businessman.
How about I say, if you're willing to give me 600, let's say for 600, I will draw 5. I will tell you what all 5 of them do, and then you may pick any 3 of the 5.
You get information. It's actually better than picking a random one.
Okay.
That is
I'll
true.
do that. I'll do that. So I pick 3 of the 5.
Yes.
Okay, taking 600 out now.
Okay, and this time I'm gonna actually, take note of which ones I did. Let's see here. First one, he kind of reaches underneath the... You hear him, knocking shit over. Pulls one out.
One just
Here
breaks.
we go.
Oh, look, a wish one. Oh, no.
This is the brew of the Timeless Watcher. It temporarily stops your aging process. For a number of years, it's not entirely 100%. But useful. I guess not for elves like you, but whatever. Let's see. And then he kind of reaches down, pulls out another one. This one. This is a balm of Feywild regeneration. Basically, it rapidly heals injuries and minor wounds. Useful as for healing purposes, really. And pulls out another one. This one. Looks like this is one you've seen before. An elixir of Feywild sight. Grants the ability to see hidden portals and magical pathways. Might be useful in case someone is interested. Let's see. Next one. Here we go. Moonlit Mirage Drought. It creates illusionary duplicates of whoever imbibes it for a short period of time. Not really certain what the illusory duplicates do, they just create the illusory duplicates. I suppose it's up to you to find out whether or not that's useful to you in any way.
I got that one.
Let's see, and lastly, we have the Moonshadow Tincture. Temporarily allows you to phase through solid objects. It's brief, so only a few moments, most, but useful, yes. So, which 3 will you take?
Yandere, can I see you back here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking phase through solid objects,
Okay.
illusionary duplicates,
Okay.
and rapid heal.
Why the illusionary duplicates?
It just sounds cool. Would it be better for someone else to see portals
I
or to
think-
stop aging?
I think it would be better for someone else to see portals because it gives us an opportunity to split up. We don't know what the illusionary duplicates do or how long they last.
That is true.
So we're doing rapid heal, portals, objects.
I think that would be wise.
Okay, Ben, you already heard what we said, so I will take those
What?
3.
He wasn't eavesdropping.
He wasn't
He
listening.
totally was.
He's like, I figured you were stepping away for a
This
reason.
is Archfey over here.
Listen, Ben heard, okay?
All right. So what are you taking?
That's why it's so long.
I will take the Feywild Generation, the Elixir of Feywild Sight, and the Moon Shadow.
Okay.
Ben.
Yes.
Yandre slides over 600 gold. Do it again.
Shake up the bag.
I suppose. All right. So I can let you guys do this once more. Let's see. Pulls out a vial. Let's see. This one is Stardust Infusion. It grants you dark vision, the ability to see in the dark, as well as see invisible creatures. So, and, well, that's a permanent effect, so yeah, it'd be nice to have, I suppose. Let's see. Then we also have the Gossamer Wings Tonic. Allows you to sprout fairy wings for a short period of time and fly. Dude, I'm getting all these rolls down at the low. Let's see. This next one is a Whisperwind draft. Grants you the ability to understand and speak with animals for a short period of time. Up to you whether or not that's useful. Let's see here. Then we also have the Nectar of Elemental Control. Allows you to manipulate minor elemental forces. This is a permanent effect, but I would warn you, as I said, it's minor elemental forces. You could perhaps light a candle, snuff out a candle, and similar elementally stuff. Create or discharge static electricity. I guess it's kind of up to you what you would do with it. And that's
It's a druid craft.
I guess you could call it
Just
that, but
grants
specifically
Druidcraft.
only for elemental forces.
That's all Druidcraft is. It lights bonfires and grows plants.
Let's see here. Oh, would you look at that? Another potion of elemental discord. Unleashes chaotic elemental forces in the vicinity.
Now, the last one you said to control elementals, could you use the
Elemental forces.
Well, what I'm saying is, can you use the little bomb thing and then control all of those?
I very much doubt it, because elementals are very powerful. But I suppose if you wanted to summon one and then use that ability to, really piss them off and make them ready to go, then I suppose you could do that.
It's like the elemental.
Okay,
bees.
just DM out of character. There were 2 of them that were permanent. The Stardust Infusion that grants dark vision and sees invisible creatures, and then the Nectar of Elemental Control, which will allows you to manipulate minor elemental forces. Is that correct?
Yes, the Whisperwind draft, that's temporary. And the elemental control, yeah, and then 76. I mean, I guess you could technically say the elemental discord is permanent because
It just
there's
takes
no
time.
time. but eventually those elementals will be killed, so.
Okay. Laura, I don't need to see you back here.
Yeah.
That just the three that I'm thinking of right now is the Stardust Infusion, the Nectar of Elemental Control, and then the Potion of Elemental Discord, which we already have one, but that's a failsafe. We could have another.
Yes, you could
Sure.
drop the first one.
That would be horrible.
Why would
Do
you
you
say
think you could, if you accidentally drop the first one, could use the second one so they fight each other?
I suppose dropping them is kind of like dropping the soap in prison. It's bad enough doing it once. You
But
really
it could
don't
be
want to do
fun.
it a second time.
in case there was a mistake?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. You got me on that one.
I broke Sean.
You got me on that one. Okay.
Achievement unlocked.
Okay, I'm going for the Stardust Infusion, the Nectar of Elemental Control, and then the Potion of Elemental Discord.
Okay. Well, it looks like each of you have done your special little thing. So,
Yes.
I suppose our business is concluded.
For now, how long are you? Do you stay here? I know you're gonna pick up shop in other places, but this appears to be like your shop.
Oh, yes, this is where I live. I'm here because I happen to be a little short on inventory at the moment. So, I suppose I'll be here for another couple days.
Great. Expect visitors. But other than that, it has been fantastic, Ben. You have been wonderful. Don't. If you see the skies turn a different color for a little while, just let it be. But other than that, I think we've done a great job. We spent a lot of money, but great value. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to get out of here.
Did you just call his stuff great value?
He doesn't know what Walmart is. Just get out of here.
He wouldn't equate to that.
Not so. I'm familiar with Walmart.
Those Waltons. Fey creatures. Every one of them.
Indeed. It's kind of a very interesting place. It's a giant face in the side of a wall, and you ask for things, and he serves them up on his tongue like, bleh. Not for... But occasionally, he has some very interesting objects.
It sure does. Ben, it's probably time for us to go. Appreciate you.
We're all dead because we were
yes.
killed because you didn't keep
Dawn
watch.
approaches. Yep. The giant fairy purple worm, burrowed up from underneath and ate all of you.
Huh. How's that watch going?
Hey, we should go. Red.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Andre,
Speaking of, let's see here. Caleb and Kelmac. You are the first to awake in the early morning, having been the first to go to sleep. You awake to find two of your party members missing.
Ah, beans.
What's the landscape
No.
in my immediate vicinity?
If you kind of look back off to the south, you can see what looks like some plains, but you guys are, a couple hundred feet inside the Amberwood, so it's just kind of a light, kind of forested area, pleasant.
Before panicking and waking everybody else up, unless Kelmac already did.
Yeah, you will also note that your party members' packs and things are here. They seem to have taken only their normal worn equipment with them.
So I'm going to send a message to Yandere. Where are you?
About
Are
half
you all right?
chimes into your head as you guys are halfway back to camp.
And this is not mentally responding back. I just look at Volred and I was like, we forgot to tell them.
What?
Caleb is trying. Actually, this is what's happening. I'm saying this to Volred, but Caleb is hearing me respond. So it's like, we forgot to tell them. Caleb is asking where we are. I should tell them that we found Ben, huh?
He found Ben.
It's less than 25, but
You
I'm
still
just
got like 20. You still got 13 more words to go.
Yeah. It
Sorry.
says as everyone gets suddenly awoken by Caleb yell.
Hey guys.
I was like, ooh, we
Yeah, and by the time you
that.
guys make it back to camp, the rest of your party members are awake and are packing up their shit, and I would presume seem a bit perturbed.
I'm fine. So who was watching while you guys were gone?
You.
Reggie.
Oh, shit. Reggie? Was
Yeah,
Reggie
Reggie's
here the
just
whole
kinda-
time?
Yeah.
I was asleep, so I
Reggie
wouldn't
was-
know.
You
I look
see
at
Reggie
Reggie.
just kind of walking around out there, and he's just like,
Can I get a deception check from Reggie? It's like, 'cause I was asleep. I don't see Reggie when I'm asleep.
We'd be walking back and just be like, so we found Ben,
Oh, sweet.
and got potions.
nectars.
Nectars. We got nectars that could be very useful. And I got, like, you start seeing Yandre pull nectars out of his bag, and like he's got, by himself, he has 5 nectars that are just kind of chilling there.
Jesus.
He's low on stock and does not know how to appropriately price some of the stuff that he had. I'm going to personally keep this one, and it's the wish one. So I'm just like,
We have no idea
don't
what
have to
that
worry
is
about
anyway, so.
and the rest of these we can kind of divvy out. Oh, Red has some too.
All right. What do they all do? I know what they all do. I was just.
I know. The one that I wanted to get to Godwin was the Understand All Languages one. So it seems like that's a permanent one, and it seems like something that he would be interested in. What? Oh, did you pay for that?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I can't give it to him then. I didn't pay for it. So.
Then can I see you back here?
Yeah, but like, I'm like trying to tell him, like, there's the Understand All Languages one, and I think there would be what?
You, never mind. We can talk privately later.
So don't talk about the Understand All Languages one. Leave that one out.
Yeah, I bought it. That was the one that
Oh, yeah, you're right. We're kind of like splitting the cost, and I thought, okay,
why are we giving stuff to him?
because he like takes it and makes duplicates of it. Like he studies the stuff and then like resales it, and like he also kind of like. Okay, but yeah, I get it. But maybe we should talk amongst ourselves first before. Okay. We did dope elf shit, and we're trying to figure it out. And once we have it figured out, I promise you guys will be able to reap the spoils of it.
I'm broke now.
Same. Want to see what my axe can do?
What?
My axe.
Okay. Okay. Apparently, I misheard that along with everyone else.
That's all it looks like. That's an axe.
Like my white ash staff.
Oh.
I ain't here. Yes, I'm just kind of over here.
Sure. What does your axe do?
Okay. Wait. I'm not making the same mistake my family made. Are any of these trees like sentient? Can anyone figure that out for me before I go and commit a war crime?
I would say most of the trees in the Feywild are sentient.
Oh, I need something I can hit.
You can hit the ground.
Okay, as long as it's not the same thing.
Right. What are you trying to do?
on the ground. We're all just kind of in the same area. All right, fine. Alright. And I swing and strike the ground, and I attack the ground.
With everyone in the radius?
Yeah.
All right, roll for damage. And keep in mind you're striking an object, so you do double damage.
Yeah. $12 points of damage. So everyone just makes a strength saving throw, DC 10. Even me. Ha!
Caleb managed to pass.
22.
I got a 17.
21.
I guess I got to roll for Kelmac.
I'll roll for Kelmac. I got it right here. You can roll like garbage.
Okay, so it looks like everyone passed.
Cool.
Oh, except for, let me check.
But
This
God,
is
what?
not one.
Oh no.
Yeah, because this is not one of his better checks.
Dang, y'all rode great. Except for Caleb. You were
19 plus 1 is 20.
the axe strikes the ground, and you feel a force try to pull you down to the ground, and like you all just resist it.
Yeah,
The grass
it's,
gets
kind
flatter,
of,
though.
yeah, it's kind of weird. It's almost kind of like someone suddenly dumps a whole bunch of weight on top of you. Caleb is the only one that seems to nearly buckle a little bit from the unexpected weight, but yeah.
Hey, Red,
Oh,
Yes.
I don't think we should give Azal the one that gives it like an elemental property on the weapon thing.
Oh, okay.
That might be a little extra.
Yeah, maybe we should have not told them about this and figured out what we wanted to give them and then give it to them.
Well, I've kind of gone a policy of honesty at this point, and I was excited to like go get them a potion, so I understand my miscalculation there.
Okay.
Immediate regret. Hey,
That's really cool.
this will take a while to reset.
This is like once a day thing.
I gotta let it regain the natural energy back to it. It'll hour or so of not using it a bunch. It'll be good.
Wild. Great. Are we good to move on? I don't want to stand here on the edge of the forest too long.
I'm good.
Caleb,
I'm good.
come in. Yeah.
Godwin.
So, are we going to visit Ben?
He's going to be there for a few days. He was low on supplies. I would give him at least another day or two so he can ramp up those potions again.
Okay.
And
Nectars.
And I guess just to double check, are either of you drinking any of your potions?
Not right now.
I have to give him a moment.
Okay. I'm looking forward for a couple of them.
Those were loose descriptions.
I'm nervous about this wish one. I feel like everything wasn't fully described to me.
Yeah, he did tell you that he got help from a djinn, which should tell you a lot of what you need to know.
So yeah. Hold off on that.
Okay. Well, then I guess we'll go ahead and call it here tonight, and we'll pick this back up next week. Thank you guys so much for coming to watch us here at Flower Tower. We appreciate it. We're going to bring chapter 123 to a close as we draw ever closer to the really, I guess, the final climax of the campaign. And see what happened. I mean, there's still, a couple big threads that got to be resolved, but who knows?
join us this Thursday for the people that are available for Baldur's Gate 3, BG3 versus BTG. I said it right. Join us roughly 8 o'clock this Thursday as we see if we can knock the rust off and not play this game for a few weeks.
Yeah.
Anyway, see you Thursday and then see you next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Good night, everyone.
I'm lucky. My character just attacks.
Boy.